Alright, so we are back with streaming. Um, I was really fucking bored as shit, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't want to sound like I'm bored, but at the same time, right now I actually need to focus on a lot of studying right now because there's a lot of shit that's going on right now in my life in terms of one of my classes that I'm taking for sociology. I've been studying for it every single fucking day and I'm still not doing good at it compared to all the other classes because of this stupid ass exam that is only being graded. There's no assignments, no quizzes, no extra credit, and no makeup work that you can do. So only exams being graded, only 10 questions. So yeah, very difficult class compared to any other class I've taken. Aside from my history class that was also somewhat similar to this, except it's mainly just memorizing terms and then still being able to at least use your notes for the test. But this time, you don't have any notes for this test. You don't have any PowerPoints that you can use. It's only off of your own knowledge of how much you can retain for those 180 pages that you have. Yeah, hold on, what is this? Honor demotion. Yeah, see, I don't know why they implemented a system like that, Captain Jin. I really don't know why. I don't know why they added this, but I checked it up on Reddit not too long ago, actually. So if you were to see this, right? So hold on. I actually still have this Reddit page up. If you were to go over here and hold on. Let me see. Where is it? It's not that one, is it? Hold on. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. There we go. And then I do this. Yeah, so if you were to take a look at this though, right? Like, yeah, so I've been gone since 2020 and decided to come back in December 2024. The revamped honor system has been baffled. I was hoping that someone could shed some light on my recent demotion to honor level 3, and I received a warning last night that I needed to be outstanding and helpful or risk demotion. And then this afternoon, after games played, having receiving honor, I'm demoted. I'm pretty pissed off because, one, my husband is my duo, and we never give our honors to each other because we figure it's negated somehow and means that you get more when giving to others. Two, some games you're only given the choice of one honor or 3. As a support main, and my husband being my duo, he's not giving me honor due to our pact. So what? Should I just go back and honor each other, or what kind of crap is that? I mean, if I remember correctly, back in the day, if you got honor levels, you could only lose honor with dishonorable behavior and not lack of trying. Anyway, thanks for the input. And then one of the Redditors comment right here, right? And I think they read up on like the new riot changes or whatnot. So this is from 17 days ago. So this is pretty recent from what it looks like. Yeah, 17 days ago, same day. Yeah, so new honor system, everyone is set to level 3 2 weeks ago. Otherwise, you know, it's 3 days late from that new rework. But anyways, honor can be increased rapidly. Honor can drop from 4 or 5. If you aren't honorable enough. No, there are no metrics to look at for this. Only punishment can put you at 2, otherwise on level 2 or below, which removes rank rewards. And to be fair, what is it? I was actually just touching up with another friend of mine too. They said, it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter about the rank rewards. Because what really matters the most is, like, if you still enjoy playing the game. And honestly, I still enjoy playing the game in terms of just playing, what is it, my favorite champions being what? Briar, Yone, Riven, Kindred, blah blah blah, right? But, you know, it's not that big of a deal for the honor system. You got reported for off-meta mid-wall. I don't want to say you're getting reported, because the whole point of this thread right here is the fact that, like, if you don't get honored in games, or at the end of the game, then you end up with this, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't think you're necessarily getting reported. Like, again, I'll even, like, what is it? Put in the test and the theory right here, right? For whenever I do get back on and, like, start playing again. That, I'll just play some, like, you know, regular mid lane or top lane Yone or, like, you know, Riven, blah blah blah, don't matter what champion I play. But if it still goes down from level 3, or let me say right here, on level 4 to 3 or 2 or whatnot, then I'm pretty sure it's not because of reporting. I'm pretty sure it's not because of reporting. I'm pretty sure it's this new system to where they're saying if you don't get honored at the end of the match, then you're just going to get decreased in levels for honor. And to put this theory in place as well, right? Like, I don't honor people at the end of matches. The reason why I don't honor people at the end of matches is because, like, I don't know, if it's like a really, really like well played player, then okay, maybe I'll consider it. But like most of the time, I don't really like do or say anything at the end by honoring anybody because there's just so little you can do for honoring. Like a long time ago, before they added the you can honor the enemy team's players and stuff too. Like, I still never really honored anybody. Like usually, I would honor everybody on my team, and that would be it. But like, I only rarely do that because I kind of want to honor everybody. You can't honor everybody at the same time, though. You know, I honor everyone no matter what. Boy, it got me honor 5. I mean, yeah, you can still do that, right? It's still a respectable thing to do. But I think I don't know, but I feel like I ran into this situation to where even if you were to honor everybody, you're not able to honor everybody for every single match. It like kind of like sets a limit for like how many people you can honor at the same time for each and every match. It's like, okay, you're able to honor everybody on your team at that one game, but then now you're only limited to honoring like 3 or 2 people now, and then now 1, and then it's like, wait, why? Why am I only limited to honor just, one person now, Like, you want to still, like, show good sportsmanship. I'd rather honor everybody because everyone's still, like, trying to play the game. Unless if it's, like, a person that DCs because they got, like, fucking pissed off or some shit, right? But, I still have this human decency, right? To where I have respect for everybody. But if I can't honor everybody, then I don't know. I just kind of want to, like, not really do that. Like, you could still give the honor to somebody else, right? But then you have this, well, at least for me in my personal situation, right? I have this over analytical mindset to where I'm like, okay, if I honor this one person, what about the other person that I didn't honor? They feel like they're left out now. Well, maybe they don't know about it because they don't know who is honoring them, right? But it just makes me feel like it's empty. There's like something that's empty inside of me that just makes me think, okay, I didn't give this person honor. And I feel like a fucking, like, bad person for not doing that. So the whole entire point of, like, me trying to discuss about that specific situation, about the honor situation right here, is because I just genuinely feel bad for not giving one person the honor that they still technically deserve. Everyone technically deserves the honor because they're just playing the game and we're just trying to, like, show good sportsmanship, And I don't want to have the pressure on myself to where if I don't honor somebody, then I'm gonna, be looked at as a bad person. I still want to honor everybody. I really do. But the game only limits you to a certain amount after playing a certain amount of games. And I don't know, man. What is this? It doesn't matter all the good players on Honor 3. I mean, yeah, I guess. But, there's still some really toxic-ass players that are out there, man. That, like, what is it? Yeah, like, there's still toxic players that still have really high honor level. Kind of surprises me, though. Like, you can be a really good player all you want. You can be a smartass about the game. I don't care. But the whole point about this, like, honor system and stuff is that I'd rather have a person with a, I don't know, a good heart, I don't want to deal with somebody that's, like, getting a high reputation and honor because, I don't know, because, they're just a good player at the game. Like, okay, like, I compliment your skills in the game, but doesn't mean that you have to be a fucking dick about it. All right, well, in any case, though, yeah, I just have the client up for now. Yeah, hold on. Right now, I'm actually getting some messages on my Discord right now about how the honor system really worked in the past. Like, at least one of my friends, right? I'm gonna be anonymous about it. Uh, he is mentioning here that he never really knew how it worked in the first place, the honor system, right? And to be completely honest too, on my perspective too, I don't know how it works either. Like, I just feel like it's just like some system to say, oh wow, you're a really respected player. Oh wow, you're really good at playing this game that one match. Okay, here's some honor awards in terms of, you know, I don't know, this like token thing, right? Like, here to go over here, I think. Yeah, like you get the honor capsule stuff. It's like, yeah, cool. Extra blue essence, extra champions. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's like the best thing in the world. If anything, I feel like they should like give players a permanent like champion skin to like select from, depending on like their honor level. Like, okay, honor level 5 at most could be like, I don't know, rare skin or uh like legacy skin or some shit. I don't know. Just like a certain skin level that they can choose from like a batch. And it can be a rotating shop too for all I care. As long as like the player is able to like, choose from something, I think that would be cool. They do Honor, 5, Shen, Mal's, and Akshan. Yeah, I have all three of them. I have all three of those. But this is before this like new like honor demotion system thing got implemented 2 weeks ago from what we're seeing right now in my profile. And what else is this? It doesn't matter. All the good players are on 103. Keck, Garen. Spamming Garen will get you to Honor 5, just like the right intended. Yeah, I mean, he's just a stupid, dumb champion. I mean, okay. Yeah, but in the meantime, though, I think that about like kind of wraps up the topic of the honor system. Like, I don't mind like again, you know, running through some matches of like regular, non-off meta, laning champs, right? Just to like kind of like prove my point about like I don't think it's about reporting, because even if you were to like let's say like do hypothetically bad with like a normal champion that's meant to be in their actual lane, right? Like I don't think that's gonna change anything. I don't think it's gonna change anything. I don't think it's because of the reporting feature in League. I think it's because people just genuinely don't honor everybody, or don't have the capability to because they just don't have enough honors, or because they just don't do the honoring at the end of the match like what I do, right? Because I'm just too pressured. I don't want to like leave anybody out. So in the end, we just don't honor because I respect everybody in general. You can give all the honors you want. You can like, get like, I don't know, bonus honor points on your profile. But in general, that's just how I truly feel. I really have respect for everybody. I don't want to like, leave anybody out by not giving that one specific or the other couple people the no honor, right? Like, I respect everybody. I want to, if I could even like, honor the whole entire enemy team instead of just my team, I'd do that too. As long as they're not being a dick about it, right? Level 1 and level 2 honor can't all chat. Yeah, I mean, like, you still see some toxic-ass players, though. You still see some toxic-ass players that are, like, still, like, shit-talking all the time, even as, like, level 3, level 4, level 5 honor. But honestly, If you could like send me like a link or something regarding like how level 1 and level 2 honor can't all chat, then do show me the deets on that. That does sound pretty interesting. Okay, but in the meantime, I'm just gonna be reading aloud right here from my text. And trying to get these chapters done and out of the way. Okay, so Captain Jin sent me the details on what is it? The honor system thing on Discord. Okay, so what it says here. Here, actually, let me see if I can pull it up on stream too. Yeah, so bring this up. And then, give me a second. Shoot. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Here we go. Yeah, so this is the thing that he sent me, or one of the images. So it says, playing honorably is its own reward, but in League, it also grants or removes access to several features before, during, and after matches. Oh my god, I've never seen this before, though. I've never seen that before. That's actually kind of scary looking. Yeah, I've only ever seen these three. And if I remember correctly, level 2 honor used to be, like, green. I don't know what happened. League is evolving too much. Team chat. All chat. So you're still able to team chat here. I mean, it is still important to communicate in League in general. So that you're able to, like, you know, be like, hey, I wanna make a fight here, or do whatever. But if anything, I feel like pings are still good enough to, like, at least, like, indicate what you're wanting to do. Because you can't just, like, type a whole entire sentence out saying, okay, do this, this, and that in this specific moment. Within, like, a 5-second play. So they can't all chat if they're level 1 honor. They still can't all chat at level 2. Champ select chat. You don't get to do champ select chat at level 1? Is this the reason why I always see like a loading screen at like the beginning of the champ select and like I'm never connected to it? Dude. What kind of players am I like queuing up with? If that's the case. Oh my god. Kind of scary. Now what was this other one though? Oh yeah, so there is another image that he did send me right afterwards. Give me a second here. Let me pull it up again. Yeah, so you're able to do ping usage within 5 seconds before temporary lockout. 2 pings, 4 pings, 6 pings, 7 pings. I'm assuming that's the amount of times you can ping. So yeah, I'm able to ping 7 times. Emote usage. Within 5 seconds before temporary lockout. Targeted ally pings. I mean, I guess that's fair. I'm not sure how targeted ally pings works. Like, what, you ping directly on top of the champion that's on your team? Because I've never really seen like a locking system to where your mouse like locks onto the what, your friendly champion just to like ping them. Honor blue BXP, Blue Essence? Is that Blue Essence XP drops? Slightly more frequent, more frequent. Rank season rewards up from 3 to 5, okay. Yeah, I don't think this is much of an issue though. It's not that much of a big deal. What this honor demotion thing is. Okay, this is the third time mentioning this on the stream, okay? Or since the stream started. But I really don't think this honor demotion thing is because of reporting. I'm pretty sure it's just because of the lack of people that are actually honoring people at the end of the matches. And plus the recent matches I've just been playing for like most of my losses, for example, right? It's just people like getting really upset. Like this one, they got upset. And then if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure my Vayne or Ashe. Okay, no, Varus is okay. Malachi was getting really tilted though. I remember that. Ashe was extremely tilted in one of my ranked matches here. Yeah, this one. Yeah, booty commando. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't know. You can't really complain about like other players, but I'm just saying that like most of those losses are just from that, and whenever people get really upset or tilted, they don't really want to honor. Because they're like, oh, these people don't really deserve it. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, man, nah. Don't matter about that. Again, I already explained my reason for why I don't honor. Or if you getting reported, you ain't getting the honor, gotta Garen up. I mean, you could still get reported as Garen. And plus, you might even not even be honored as Garen. Like, most of the time, you do see, like, Garen people that do get honored most of the time, at least for whenever they, like, pop off. And in general, you can't just say only Garen, though, right? Like, it's for anybody that just does well overall on League. So, like, I could still pop off as, like, Briar top, right? For example, if I were to go to one of my ranked matches here, yeah, like this one right here, 14-1, I could still be considered the highest honorable player. But, you know, this still comes up, right? It don't matter. It really don't fucking matter. You pop off, people honor you. You don't pop off, people don't care about it. They don't really honor you. But they might still give you, like, a few honors here and there. But, you know, again, I don't think it's because of reporting. I really don't think it's because of reporting. If it has anything to do with reporting, then I'm pretty sure I would be seeing something like, okay, you're restricted from playing this game mode. Like ranked, or draft pick, or swift play, or whatnot, right? I'd imagine I'd see that than this honor demotion thing. Crit Garen, I don't think anyone is gonna complain. Again, like, you know, he already builds crit most of the time. Like, what? PD, IE, and then, like, a bunch of other tank items afterwards. Sometimes even more reminder. I don't know if he still builds more reminder right now, though. But yesterday's match that I was playing, I think he was. Okay, so from another friend that my person on Discord did send me, was... He says that, it feels like League just has these systems that are not introduced nor explained to the community well. Example, this one, or the quest system, or the bounty system. Yeah, the bounty system is really not like thoroughly explained to us. So no one really has like ways to like theoretically calculate this. Like, I mean, there are people that try to go in depth with like how it could be done and why this is happening, but it's not exactly the correct answer because sometimes those theories get broken. At least from what my other friends have also tested too. But you gotta work at Riot to know. you just gotta work at Riot to know what's going on behind those developer scenes. And for the quest system thing, I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's this. No, this is objectives. But I'm pretty sure this is counted as a quest system, right? I don't know. And to be honest, I don't like this new thing. It looks nice, but like it's I like the thing that used to like come up on the bottom right here, along with the text chat, like how this is. Can't do that. Can't do that. Alright. So we did get another image sent from Captain Jin here on Discord. I'm gonna do one last image right here before I like go straight deep down into like my study session here. I don't want to keep wasting too much of my time like talking about League stuff. Because whenever I just talk about League stuff all the time, it just makes me want to like play the game instead of actually like doing my work here. But here. Yeah, so I'm about to pull up his other image that he sent me through Riot's new thing. One second. Okay, here we go. Okay. So what does it say right here? Your honor is the evaluation of your interactions with other players over time. My honor is reserved for those who consistently demonstrate good behavior. Consistently disruptive. Removed access to all chat. No rank split rewards. Okay. Players who have recently been disruptive should pay attention to their conduct. Players in good standing who generally play well with their team but may not be consistent. Interesting. Players who are consistently positive, respectful, and collaborative. Okay. That's currently where I am right now. And they're saying that I'm about to get demoted. I don't know how far it demotes you, though, but... exceptional players who give above and beyond to foster a positive community. Who knows? Maybe even the good people might not really be up there. Who knows? Maybe people are just, like, genuinely bad at the game, for example, right? And they're not really getting honored at all, even though they're maybe really good people. But we're gonna leave it at that for now. And yes, we're just going to talk about sociology now. It's a very boring subject for me, but I still have to do this. I need to do the readings, so it's gonna be me reading sociology text from this book. Again, I'm about to mention it again, just like in last stream. Religion and Society, A Sociology of Religion, 8th edition by Ronald L. Johnstone. Check it out if you are ever interested in like learning about religion and its topics and like how it's used in modern day sociological perspective. Yeah, okay. I wasn't expecting that from this song. Okay. But yeah, in the meantime though, I think I do want to keep the music a little bit more different now. Because this is a little bit more for like gaming in my opinion. I think Blue Archive just might do it. There we go. Okay. So for now, we are going to just chill and discuss sociology. So, from what I've already been reading, that I was supposed to finish 7 more pages yesterday. I was actually supposed to do 14, but I only did like 9. And then I had a talk with my sociology professor, and then he was like, hey, I think you gotta finish up these pages by the end of the week. And he never really told us specifically how to like pace ourselves. So after I heard him mention that, I was like, okay, the way I was planning my readings and how I've been like, you know, taking my time to understand each of these topics is apparently a lot slower than what I thought. So he has a high expectation for all of us to get these readings done by a certain time. So you need to read at least 180 pages within a week. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But understanding the topic and the concepts that are being established in the book is what makes it difficult. Because for a person that doesn't believe in like, religion and stuff, but I still do have the thought, right? Like from what I learned, I think I'm an agnostic or something instead of atheist that I thought I was. But anyways, like there's just like so much from this, man, that I'm learning. As a person that's not even like invested or like, really immersed in religion, but this book actually kind of like tells you like what each religion kind of does. Studying Garen's lore will get you 100% on the test. Trust. No, no, I'm not doing that. All I know is Garen says justice, demacia, and fuck. There's got to be another one. Well, ho 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 ho. He 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 he. That's all I know. That's all I know. Ho 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 ho. All right. Okay. So, most of these congregations began as small non-denominational community churches without denominational affiliation. Some have gradually pulled away from an original denominational base, and approximately a third actually continue with a denominational affiliation. So we're talking about a post-denominational character, and its distinguishing mark is a megachurch phenomenon. Largest denominational representation is Southern Baptist, with about 20% of the megachurches followed by the Assemblies of God, with 9% and a sprinkling of other denominations contributing about 4 to 5%. It should be noted that the largest denominational representation, the Southern Baptist, is a congregationally based denomination, which gives much autonomy to each independent congregation. My God. What is this? This kingdom and its people have given me everything. What kind of man would I be if I gave any less in return, Garen? Okay, bro. I don't know why, but that looked like a fucking like religious scripture, but said from Garen's perspective. For this world and its people have given me everything. What kind of man or god would I be if I gave any less in return? Dash God. Hmm. I'm still having a little bit of a hard time trying to understand this though. Okay, so most of these congregations began as a small non-denominational community of churches. So they didn't start off as non-denominational community of churches without denominational affiliation. Have gradually pulled away from an original denominational base, and approximately a third actually continue with denominational affiliation. The largest denominational representation is Southern Baptist. But this is a denominational representation, though. This is not a non-denominational representation. What is this? Most of these congregations began small, non-denominational community churches. But these are most congregations. So, there is one thing I keep forgetting, and it's the word congregation. What does congregation mean? Congregation definition. A group of people assembled for religious worship. Okay, so that is what it means. Okay. It's tied with religion, that's for sure. Okay, so it's like an assembly. That's all it is. Okay. Some have gradually pulled away from the original denominational base. Ah, man. Okay, most of these congregations are small. Began as small non-denominational community. Alright, some of the most successful megachurches, such as Willow Creek, Calvary Chapel, and Vineyard Christian Fellowship, have actually become many denominations themselves, with hundreds of branches throughout the world. Some are standalone churches, which share the mother church name. Others are satellite churches, where people in other communities, even other states and countries, can hear the same gifted preacher and inspirational music, and sing the same songs and hymns, but be rooted in a church facility in the local community where they live. These satellite churches must have an on site pastor and perhaps other religious professionals who provide person to person ministries. But through the satellite connection, they also have benefit from one of the features of the megachurch hosts that attracted so many people in the first place. Some have called this branching process church franchising. This idea fits well with the shopping mall imagery we mentioned earlier. These are not intended to be terms of ridicule. In fact, a Los Angeles Times story in 1996 quoted the pastor of Faith Community Church in West Covina, California, as saying, "We did not want a traditional church atmosphere. What we were aiming for was the feeling of a mall, a place that's familiar, a real gregarious place. This franchising phenomenon appears to be growing, with well over 1,000 of these satellite congregations attached to a host of a megachurch, such as those named above." Um, Interesting. So, out of all this, what did you get from this block of text, Spy? Well, all I know is that this mega church from these different places are like a mall, or trying to act like a mall, I guess. Garen. No, no. From this block of text, I did not get Garen. No. But through the satellite connection. Okay, bro. Some of this is called branching process. Branching process of a church franchising. Well, what is this from though? What is making up this branching process though? Satellite churches. Satellite churches. Okay. Have on-site pastors and perhaps religious professionals who provide person-to-person ministries. Person-to-person ministries. Okay. Not want a traditional church atmosphere. Aiming for was the feeling of a mall. Quoted, pastor faith community and church, West Covina, California. Blah 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 blah. Franchising. This franchising phenomenon appears to be growing. Man, this is a fucking pain in the ass. Idea fits well with the shopping mall imagery, as we mentioned earlier. Intended to be terms of ridicule. Franchising phenomenon appears to be growing, with well over 1,000 of these branch satellite congregations attached to the host megachurch, such as those named above. As such, each of these host megachurches with its branches creates a very large geographically dispersed megachurch, which, strictly speaking, is an association of individual congregations forming a small new denomination. Association of individual congregations. Geographically dispersed megachurch. So, mega churches aren't necessarily just one giant church, but it's like so it's like a grouping of a bunch of small congregations. Are mega churches just a group of small congregations? That will be a question for my professor. Congregations only. Strictly speaking, association of individual congregations. Forming a small new denomination. Geographically dispersed megachurch. There we go. Okay. Right, and then in the second subheading of this part of the chapter, a Protestant phenomenon. Okay, the megachurch phenomenon is Protestant. Village Catholic parishes can be as large as some of these Protestant megachurches. But the large Catholic parish is of long-standing and does not reflect the diversity of program and size of professional staff and where its numerical standing is, based on parish membership, not number of Sunday worshippers. And the Protestant megachurch that we have been describing is relatively new. John Vaughn at the Megachurch Research Center notes that in 1970 there were but 10 Protestant megachurches, but by 2005 there were 282 in the United States alone. There are also some of these megachurches in other countries around the world. They have shown particular success in the Central and South America, where evangelical Protestantism is growing rapidly, in part because of the extreme shortage of priests to take care of the very large parishes in these traditionally Catholic countries. Great numbers of members are severely underserved, as priests have become circuit riders, along the lines of the Methodist Church riders. Methodist circuit riders in the 18th century North America, described in Chapter 12. Many Catholics gravitate to evangelical missions, where they hear preached a gospel of salvation as well as a gospel of coping and success for the people in third world countries who seek improvement in both their spiritual and material condition. These evangelical missions are growing rapidly, and some have already become megachurches. Okay, so that is another big one. Okay, evangelical missions growing rapidly, already becoming megachurches. Okay, what is Hannah Huang? Hello, welcome to the stream again. It's been a while since we talked. Currently doing a long study session before I hop back onto my League Rank Prime, because right now I'm trying to I'm trying to get my readings done for the day before I do anything for my free time. Because you need to have some sort of free downtime for yourself, otherwise you're just gonna burn yourself out. Garen. Stop bringing up Garen, bro. Oh my god. Yes. Garen gameplay? What happened? So the whole premises of what Captain Jin is talking about here with Garen all the time is the fact that me and him, we did a YouTube interview session, otherwise a collaboration session, where this guy wanted to start up his own channel, and he invited me to do video editing for the channel, and then it's just gonna be mainly him giving snippets of him talking about certain topics regarding mental health awareness in terms of gamers. It's not bad mental health, but it's more so just trying to cater towards the toxic community of gaming, where everyone's getting really upset and then lashing out their anger on top of other people, when in general gaming in general is supposed to be meant for entertainment purposes, right? And people are getting upset and lashing their anger out on other people when they need to be understood and be like, hey man, what's up, man? You want to talk about it? What's going on? We can control our anger, But yeah, the whole point is just, he wants me to play Garen because that's what the guy wanted to do for his first YouTube video. And I had to turn him down because, hey man, I got a lot of priorities on my belt right now. I gotta do my shipper university, and I don't really have much time. Don't have too much time. Garen is fun though. You can say that Garen's fun all you want, man. I personally don't mind playing him, but I would rather play Briar, bro. I'd rather play Briar right now. That's my mood all the time recently, and I just want to have fun. She's really goofy. She likes biting people. I don't want to legitimately do that. That's not what I'm trying to say. But she's just really funny. She's really goofy, and she's kind of clueless about things, and she's trying to understand people. She's like Nico, but a vampire form, if you think about it. Kinda. Beyblade, boy. Beat. What? Beat. Bro. You can play Garen all you want. He can be a Beyblade with his E ability all you want, bro. But I'm not playing him. Beat. Them dogs on Briar. Yeah! Damn. Man, holy shit. Okay. Heater Beyblade. Hey man, I already made up my mind, bro. I'm playing fucking what? I'm playing Briar, bro. You already know I'm feet maxing, bro. I'm feet maxing, just like Logan Jungle. Also, some of these megachurches in other countries around the world, they have shown particular success. Central and South America. Okay, success in megachurches, success in Central and South America. Success. Central and South America. There you go. What the fuck? Me as large. Okay. He's Protestant, but the large Catholic parish is long-standing and does not reflect the diversity program and size of professional staff and where its numerical standing is based on parish membership. What's parish, bro? Parish. It's not P-E-R-I-S-H. It's P-A-R-I-S-H. What the fuck is parish, bro? Dude, I swear to God, I have to look up all these stupid-ass terms. Parish definition. Okay, in the Christian church, a small administrative district, typically, having its own church and priest or pastor. Okay, a small administrative district. Okay. It's just an administration, that's all that is. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry about that. Having to, like, move around my fucking book all over the place here. Okay. Yeah, so parish is just a Christian administration. Christian administration. Based on what? Typically having its own church. Having its own church. Its own church. What is this? For Demacia! Garen quotes movement. Demacia! 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 Dude. My God. I'm not reading all that shit, bro. I'm not reading all that shit. I only read like the first half. That's all I did. If he unironically says Demacia for every single line and nothing else, like replacing everything, then that would be fucking hilarious. Like, one of his quotes is, what? I think it was like, my heart, my sword, for Demacia. Or some shit like that. I miss the old Jacks though. Now that we're talking about voice line. Fucking old Jacks, I could do a really good impression of his voice, but I can't do it. I can't do it anymore because they fucking replaced his voice actor with somebody else now. He sounds like an old man now, man. Okay. The continued viability of denominationalism. Okay, but after a diversion above... Our diversion above. Damn, that sounds like a very one-sided way of explaining something in this book. It's like, we don't care about Protestant phenomenons, so that's just like a complete diversion here from what we were actually talking about. So, what we're actually talking about right here is the post-denominational megachurch phenomenon. That is so rude, bro. After our diversion above. Oh my god. One-sided much? One-sided view much, yeah. Okay. To the post-denominational megachurch phenomenon, we now return more explicitly to the denominational phenomenon, with which this chapter is primarily concerned, and discuss additional sociological reasons for why the denominational phenomenon has remained so dominant, a feature of American religion, of American society for that matter. In the face of strong pressures, both theological and sociological, toward ecumenism, I can never seem to pronounce that word too, but it's fine. Ecumenism, and given yet another unifying tendency, which we discussed in Chapter 7, the phenomenon of civil tendency, which we... Oh, sorry. It's read the same exact line. The phenomenon of civil religion, which at least implicitly would replace traditional religion with a religion focusing on society itself. Why is American society still divided into so many distinctive religious groups? I mean, that's just a denomination, bro. That's what can I say? Okay, it is not enough to point out, as we have already. What? It is not enough to point out, as we have already, that important doctrinal differences divide denominations, or that another factor keeping denominations distinct is the type of organizational tradition or liturgical emphasis. God, liturgical. It's not that hard. Tengu Garen. If you bring up one more thing about Garen, I'm literally about to time you out on fucking chat, bro. I'm not even joking about that. Okay, or the differences between Apollonian and Dionysian orientations. Saying this is a type of organizational, traditional, liturgical emphasis, or the differences between Apollonian and Dionysian orientations. All of these are significant and all represent a combination of theological and sociological factors and pressures. Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay, significant. All represent a combination of theological and sociological factors and pressures. But what makes it important here? Okay, but it's saying all of these. God, that's so fucking broad. Okay, it is not enough to point out that as we are reading them, one denominations or that another factor keeps. Keeping the denominations distinct is the type of organizational tradition or liturgical emphasis. Keeping denominations distinct. Differences between Apollonian and Dionysian orientations. The differences. These. Keeping denominations distinct. That's what's making it significant. Okay, cool. Cool. So was this page 377 now? Okay, cool. And then I need to check what Dionysian and Apollonian was. It's somewhere here. I'm pretty sure it was at like the beginning of chapter 14. Denominational society, blah blah blah. Maybe it's on the second page of this chapter. Dionysian. Okay, one denomination isn't just Dionysian or Apollonian styled. Okay, but let me see here. Apollonian style, human beings, rational, controlling, emotional urges. Oh, capable of controlling emotional urges. That's what it is. Okay. And then Dionysian style is what was it again? Okay, they have emotions, need to express themselves individually. Orientation contends important feature of religion, mystical experiences of the human with divine. Okay. So Apollonian style is more controlled, while Dionysian is more uncontrolled. Okay. Like they're more lax. That's what that is. Okay. Begin with a small non-dimensional. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm starting to circle and underline a lot less now. Okay. E-crit damage reduced from 75 to 50%. I have no idea what you're talking about now. First factor reinforcing denominationalism that we want to discuss, one strongly emphasized by Andrew Reilly. It's the important ethnic function that religion in American society continues to serve. That is, one's religious affiliation represents for a great many people, much more than commitment to a set of religious beliefs, symbols, and rituals. Religious affiliation may also become a means people use to define their identity, who they are, and where they stand in a large and complex society. It really mentions that this definition and location of self may be the most important function religion performs for some people. For others, it is intermixed with the belief system and ethical code that the religious group stands for. Hmm. Emphasizing a lot of things from Andrew Greeley. Did I understand most of it? No. I don't know what I just read. Okay. Um. Strongly emphasized. Okay. Factor reinforcing. Okay, ethnic factor. Okay, the ethnic factor. That's the point of this subheading. First factor reinforcing denominationalism that we want to discuss when trying to emphasize by Andrew Greeley is the important ethic function that religion in American society continues to serve. What? It just ends there. Okay. That is, one's religious affiliation represents for a great many people much more than commitment to a set of religious beliefs. One's religious affiliation represents for a great many people. Religious affiliation represents for a great many people. Great many people. Much more than commitment. To a set of religious beliefs. Symbols and rituals. Religious affiliation may also become a means people use to define their identity. Who they are and where they stand in a large complex society. Greeley mentions that where they stand in a large... Greeley mentions that this definition and location of self may be the most important function religion performs for some people. Okay, location and self. Definition and location of self may be the most important function. Religion performs for some people. Okay. For others, it is intermixed with the belief system and ethical code that religious group stands for. I mean, to be honest, I feel like this is like... I don't think it was really necessary for this guy, Andrew Greeley, to think, oh, this is what religion is supposed to stand for people. This is how people, like, self-identify themselves as. Okay, that's common sense, bro. They say that they believe in this religion, they believe in that religion. You don't gotta fucking say this shit. Who makes you the most popular person to, you know, come up with this idea, huh? No shit. I believe in so-and-so religion. That makes up who I am. Sorta. Halfway or fully. You know, it really depends. It's a personal preference. You don't have to be the guy that's on the fucking textbook here, man. My god. People get put on books for the most stupidest shit sometimes. I never, you know, took into consideration about that until just now. It's like saying, oh, I'm typing on my keyboard. No shit. You're typing on your keyboard. We see letters appearing out on the fucking, like, you know, text box right now. Yeah! And my name is in this book because I typed on a keyboard. Spy, typing on a keyboard. 2025. March 2020. Wait, excuse me. March 22nd, 2025. Okay. So, the next subheading right here says, on page 377, it says, origin of the ethnic factor. Okay. The origin of religion as an American ethnic phenomenon rests with the fact that most of the nationality groups that immigrated into the United States brought their churches with them and transplanted them on American soil. Yeah, that's what you guys have been explaining throughout the chapter, yeah. Okay, the Norwegians, Swedes, Finns, and Danes brought their Lutheran churches. Some Germans brought their Lutheran church, other Germans brought their Catholic church. Okay, the Italians and Poles did likewise. The Vietnamese brought their Buddhist traditions and so on. But there is more to it than that. The religious organization for these immigrants was immediately an important source of identification. In many cases, it was a safe place for people to use their native tongue, and it linked them and their present insecurity in a new environment to secure tradition or heritage. Okay, as an American ethnic phenomenon rests with the fact that most nationality groups that immigrated into the United States brought their churches. Okay, that's the most important part. That's the main idea of this subheading here. So most nationality groups Most nationality groups that immigrated into the United States. Brought their churches with them. That's literally it. That's literally it for this thing. There's nothing else to really know about this. Everything else is just like, it's fluff. It's redundant. It's all redundant. I mean, it's still like, good information, but man. Oh, hey! This is the guy that made me fail my test last time. Max Weber. Oh, wow. Man, you were covered in chapter 9 throughout the whole entire test, and guess what? You made me fucking fail that test. Okay, so the religious organization for these immigrants was immediately an important source of identification. Okay, religious organization for immigrants. Immigrants, immediately an important source of identification. In many cases, it was a safe place for people to use their native tongue, and it linked them into their presence and security in a new environment to secure tradition or heritage. As so many of the immigrants lived with an old cohesive communal relationship of the peasant village, with its primary relationships in awareness of who one was in relation to others, and centered a strange land of secondary relationships. They clung to their ethnic group in order to preserve some semblance and identity. Oh, whoa, excuse me. Preserve some semblance of identity and a linkage with people who could provide empathy. That sounds about right. Some of these people may not have been particularly religious before, and perhaps would not have scored high on certain measures of religiosity in the new land. Yet many found in the religious group an opportunity to meet those with whom they shared a heritage, people who spoke their language in both literal and figurative sense. Figurative sense. I like a man and woman that speak in a literal and figurative sense. It's my fedora. Okay, so wait. Shared heritage. Spoke their language in both a literal and figurative sense. Andrew Greeley says that a denominational membership makes available to Americans a fellowship which is highly important in compensating for those intimate relationships of life, which seem to have been lost when the peasant village was left behind. Clearly, we see religion performing the belonging function emphasized by Max Weber. Religion performing belonging function. I wouldn't know what to say to that. And also, hello, Alex. Excuse me. Oh shit! Hold on, just 1 second. Okay. Okay. So, let me think here. We already had the main idea right here. So, origin of the ethnic factors is most of the nationality groups that immigrated into the United States. That's all it is. It's not that bad. I just got a really silly message on Discord from a friend. I'm not gonna say it on stream though. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny though. One of those like dark humor type messages. Okay. Okay, back on track though. Okay, so we're on the next subheading again. I think we're a couple pages away from being done with this chapter though. Yeah, we're literally like 2 pages away. Okay, cool. Alright, so ethnicity factor enhanced by the ideal pluralism. It should be noted that the opportunity for religion to serve an ethnic function, particularly for immigrant groups, was in part made possible by religious religious pluralism that had existed in some of the American colonies. By religious pluralism that existed in some American colonies. Reinforced in the Constitution. Was reinforced in the Constitution. Okay. And then, hold on. Need to check here again. Okay, cool. Not missing on any messages. I'm always like taking my Streamlabs comment section off. By that I mean I'm like minimizing Streamlabs, so I'm not really able to like see my messages all the time, because I'm always having to like check my Discord and like. Well, actually no, I don't really need to have it here. So dumb. If I had 3 monitors, maybe that would help, but damn. Okay. Let me see if I'm missing anything else here though. In some of the qualities, and certainly as important of the Constitution itself, religious diversity, pluralism, was valued and encouraged. Therefore, immigrants could turn to their religious group as a source of belonging without undue fear of reprisal. Not that the established Americans were always happy with their religious ethnic enclaves, but they could do a little bit, they could do a little about them and still be true to the American religious heritage and precedent. That resentment and suspicion did erupt in harassment and violence, is attested to in the discussion of the Protestant Crusade in Chapter 12. The point to be made here is that not only was anti-Catholicism being expressed, but also anti-Irish and anti-cheap urban labor sentiments as well. Yeah, that's just a bunch of fluff, again. Right, limitations on melting pot hypothesis is the next subheading here. Acknowledging the ethnic nature and function of religion in the United States raises some serious questions about the melting pot hypothesis. The idea that the United States has accommodated and homogenized peoples from a diversity of cultures and backgrounds. Okay, so the idea that the United States has accommodated, so the United States accommodated and homogenized peoples from a diversity, from a diversity of cultures and backgrounds. There we go. That is the main idea here. Okay, it is hardly even the triple melting pot of the Protestants, Catholics, and Jews that some have suggested. Historically, it was it was Dutch Reformed, German Lutheran, Scottish Presbyterian, and so on, where the Protestant immigrant groups, Polish Catholic, Serbian Catholic, Irish Catholic, and so on, with Catholic groups. Did I just say the same thing again? Oh no, they just said and so on twice. That's what happened. Yeah, they did. Okay. It was even, to some extent, Russian Jew, German Jew, and so on. Not simply Jewish for the third major religious family in America. Dude, I'm getting so annoyed by the amount of times it's saying so and so on. But, alright. That is, Americans were not the... Oh, okay. That is... Americans were not only ethnically hyphenated as citizens, Irish Americans, German Americans, Polish Americans, but they were ethnically hyphenated as members of religious groups as well. The ethnic factor has thus been more important in patterning American religion than has often been recognized. Okay, more important in patterning American religion than has often been recognized. Okay. More important. Members ethnically hyphenated as members of religious groups as well. The United States has accommodated and homogenized peoples from diversity of cultures. I'm still not clearly sure what a melting pot hypothesis is, though. It's kind of confusing. Melting pot hypothesis. Okay. Assumes that various immigrant groups will tend to melt together, abandoning their individual cultures and eventually become fully assimilated into the predominant society. What is the predominant society? Predominant society. A group of people that have the ability to hold power over social institutions and influence the rest of the society's beliefs and actions is considered dominant. Most influence and power within a society. Within a society, often shaping forms, laws, and social structures. A dominant society is also just known as dominant culture. So it's just a society that's just following a set norm and belief and laws. Norm, laws, and social structure. Norm, laws, and social structure is what makes up the dominant society. Otherwise, predominant society. Okay, cool. Let me put that down here. Predominant society. Predominant society is just a few percent of beliefs, values, and practices that exert the most influence and power within a society, often shaping beliefs, values, and practices. That exert the most influence and power within society, often shaping into norms, laws, and social structure. Okay, cool. And then melting pot hypothesis is where I need to backtrack onto because that's something else that it was mentioning here. Diverse immigrant groups assimilate into a single homogeneous culture, losing their distinct identities and blending into a unified whole. Okay, but it's abandoning their individual culture to eventually become a predominant society, okay. Eventually becoming predominant society after what, abandoning religion? Oh, abandoning their individual culture. Abandoning individual culture. There we go. All right. So the next part is going to be continuing the impact of ethnic factor. One final comment in connection with our discussion of the ethnic feature of religion in America is that the numerical strength of American religion is in significant degree related to the ethnic factor. Numerical strength of American religion related to ethnic factor. Numerical strength in American religion related to ethnic factor. There we go. Significant degree. Okay, one final comment on the connection with the discussion. Okay, because the religious group was able to serve as an ethnic rallying point to provide an identity for people in a sense of belonging to something more intimate and meaningful than the diffuse, cold and distant society, people gained a religious commitment that, though perhaps less intense for many as the importance of ethnic identity fades for them, they're still reluctant to cut themselves off from completely. Excuse me, this song really hits me fucking hard, bro. It's so fucking good. No. Dude. Whenever I was playing Blue Archive, this song hit me so hard after I unlocked the scene. Or the, what is it? The lobby screen menu, yeah. Is it Kyle? Blue Archive. Yeah, it was Kayoko. I nicknamed her Kyle. But, yeah, Kayoko and Mary from Blue Archive. Mary, Blue Archive. Yeah. Kayoko and Mary both have this song in Blue Archive. And this is whenever I was playing Blue Archive, whenever it was initially released. And my god, the lobby screen music for both of them, for this specific music, just... It's super heartwarming. It's just, it's so wholesome. It's so wholesome. I recommend Blue Archive. Some of their stories are not that bad in terms of like the personal characters development. Also, whenever I was checking out Mary's Blue Archive memes from like this one Twitter user, it's pretty funny because they make them like a chibi character Mary, and it's so cute. It's so freaking cute. It looks like that little chibi Jane Doe Twitter meme that I used to keep on seeing. Man, I haven't been on Twitter for a bit. I haven't been on Blue Archive in a bit. Been a hot minute. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, because of the religious group was able to serve as an ethnic rallying point to provide an identity for people and a sense of belonging to something more intimate and meaningful than diffuse cold. Okay, yeah, Barry went over that. Religion has served and does serve. What? Religion has served and does serve an important social function as an ethnic community, which exists in addition to any strictly religious function it may serve. In many cases, people have even been able to live out their entire lives while only rarely leaving the religious ethnic community. Wow. It's quite interesting. I don't know if that's necessarily important to underline or highlight, though. Continuing impact of ethnic factor. I mean, I guess that would be an impact, though. Impact. Live out their entire lives. People have been able to live their entire lives, rarely leaving the religious ethnic community. Scattered throughout the land are ethnic religious communities where nearly 100% of the citizens are of a single national origin and a single religious persuasion, and where the public schools become almost parochial, parochial. It's Parochial.
Parochial.
Parochial. Okay. Relating to a church parish. Okay, so another one of the Christian administrations. Oh, it's this song. It's this song. Let's go. uh, okay, so parochial is relating to a church parish, or the other term being having a limited or narrow outlook or scope. Yeah, it does sound like a word that would be used for that. Um, Parochial ones. Parochial. 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 Parochial means relating to a church parish. Parish. It sounds so weird having to say that word though. Because it just makes me keep on thinking of the word parish. P-E, not P-A. P-E. I don't mean that in any negative way though. But just like the way that you like pronounce words sometimes in English. Social class factor. The second additional factor that reinforces denominationalism in American society is social class. We spent considerable time in Chapter 10 discussing the relationship between religion and social class, and will therefore do little more than mention it again here. Yet it is of considerable relevance to our present interest in denominationalism. Religion does reflect the class structure. Denominations are disproportionately Denominations are disproportionately constituted of different social classes. Sects are almost universally a lower social class phenomenon, and social mobility sometimes results in change in religious group affiliation that corresponds more appropriately in the eyes of the community with one's newly achieved social status. The fact that religion reflects the class structure of society is, of course, not unique to American society. Differences in religious orientation and practices have been observed in less complex society, which have religious systems at an earlier stage on Bella's continuum of religious evolution. A distinctive feature of the archaic state of religious evolution, according to Bella, is a clearly stratified society and fairly distinct religious expressions according to class level. The upper status people who control the political and military power usually claim superior religious status. Excuse me, I was about to say status. Still the same thing though, but status as well. Bella states that noble families are proud of their divine descent and often have special priestly functions. We can point out, for example, to ancient Greece, where there appears to have been a fairly clear distinction between the religion of the plebeians and that of the patricians. And the plebeians are related to gods associated with agriculture, gods of the local concerns, and gods related to magical animals. Magical animal symbols. The patricians were absorbed with the Olympian gods such as Zeus, Apollo, Aphrodite, Athena, and Hermes, who oversaw broader areas of life, universal principles and emotions, and broader societal concerns. Another example is the Hindu religion. The major beliefs and practices associated with the Vedas and Upanishads, and the concepts of Brahma and Brahman are largely known to lower castes, who in fact have traditionally been deemed unworthy of being given the sacred truths. Instead, the lower castes learn the elemental Hindu ideas of samsara, karma, and dharma, and relate to a variety of local gods and spirits. Okay. In American society, we have fairly clear evidence of Weber's theodicy of escape in Marx's and Freud's compensation for deprivation function of a religion for the lower classes, on the one hand, and the theodicy of good fortune for the economically and socially successful members of society on the other hand. The upshot is that various denominations and religious groups appeal disproportionately to different social classes. The fact that the United States has been and continues to be a highly stratified, if somewhat mobile society, has tended to reinforce and preserve denominational and religious diversity as different religious groups provide different things to different people. Very interesting points between Weber and Marx and Freud's compensation for deprivation. Okay, there because it's having to relate between both the lower class and the upper class societies of how people treat their religion. Okay, so let me see here. Here, evidence of Weber's theodicy of escape. It's theodicy of escape and Marx and Freud's compensation for deprivation function. Religion for the lower classes. For the lower classes, okay. Marx and Freud's for lower classes. Okay, on the one hand, and theodicy of good fortune for the other hand. Let me see here. And socially successful members of the society on the other hand. For Weber. But that doesn't make any sense though. Ah, okay, I see now. So, yeah, no, Marx was talking on behalf of the people of the lower class. That's what was going on. So Weber on theodicy of escape. This is what Weber did. And then Marx was doing compensation for deprivation. And then Freud was doing theodicy. There we go. Okay, but the social class factor in American society is social class. Reinforcing denominationalism in American society is social class. Denominationalism in American society is social class. Considerable time in chapter 2 discussing the relationship between the religion and social class, and will therefore do our present interest in denominationalism. Did I just skip a whole line? Hold on. Discussing the relationship between religion and social class, and will therefore do little more than mention it again here. No, I was just reading way too fast. Okay. Yet it is of considerable relevance to our present interest in denominationalism. Religion does reflect the class structure. Denominations are disproportionately constituted of different social classes. Constituted of different social classes. Sects are almost universally a lower social class phenomenon, and social mobility sometimes results in a change of religious group affiliation that corresponds more appropriately in the eyes of the community with one's newly achieved social status. Sometimes results in the change. Social mobility sometimes results in change of religious group affiliation. Social mobility results in change in religious group affiliation in the eyes of the community with one's newly achieved social status. One's newly... Okay. With one's newly achieved social status. Okay. Yeah, social mobility will change. Okay, this mentions Weber, Marx, and what was it, Freud? Yeah, Freud. Mentioned. Page 380. Top first paragraph. Here we go. Cool. Alright, regional differences. And then, after this subheading is finished, then we're finally done with chapter 14. And then we have 15, and then we have to go to the next book for chapter 1. And oh my god, dude, I am so not happy right now. It has been 2 hours. How long has the stream been going on for? An hour and 30 minutes. But most of the time, it's just been me talking about, what? League's new honor system. And how it was changed 2 weeks ago, apparently. Okay, regional differences. We must not leave our discussion of denominationalism and pluralism without a quick look at regional differences in denominational affiliation. While pluralism would perhaps suggest an idea of a fairly equal dispersion of religious groups across the landscape as each tolerates the others, such is really not the way it is. There are, in fact, distinct regional concentrations of particular denominations. One is the Southern Baptist denomination in the South. The vast majority of counties in the southern states have 25% or more of the church membership affiliated with the Southern Baptist Convention, with many of those counties actually at 50% or more. The major exceptions are the southern tips of Florida, Texas, and Louisiana. Louisiana. God. My apologies, my fellow Louisianians. I don't know if that's how we call people over there, denizens over there, Louisianians or something. But anyways, you get my point. Florida, Texas, and Louisiana. Okay, cool. Those exceptions show large concentrations of Catholics, who are also dominant in most of the Northeast and many urban centers. In addition, Martin Marty. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a double M. Martin Marty. That is quite a name, bro. Damn. What a lad. What a lad. I'll just say that. What a lad. Points out in only 5 of the countries that counties that border a Great Lake do Catholics not make up at least 25% of the religious population. Really interesting inference. Lutherans show a distinct concentration in the upper Midwest, southern Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Dakotas, and in western Iowa and eastern Nebraska. And of course, the most dramatic concentration is that of Mormons in the state of Utah. In no county are Mormons outnumbered by any other religious group. Their concentration extends also to contiguous areas: eastern Nevada, southern Idaho, western Wyoming, northern Arizona, and northwestern Colorado. Regional differences, people. Regional differences. Okay, so we must not leave our discussion of denominationalism and pluralism without a quick look at regional differences in denominational affiliation. Pluralism suggests idea of fairly equal dispersion. Pluralism suggests idea fairly equal dispersion of religious groups. And tolerates as each tolerates the others. As each tolerates the others, such is really not the way it is. Not the way it is. In fact, distinct regional concentrations of particular denominations, one in the center, blah 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 blah. Exceptions show large concentrations of Catholics, blah blah blah. The concentration extends also to contiguous areas. Okay. I don't care about this. This is completely redundant. Redundant. I don't see a point of underlining, highlighting anything right there. Alright, Future of Religion, Chapter 15, 38 pages left to go, and then this book is finished. The Book of Religion and Society, a Sociology of Religion, 8th edition, Ronald L. Johnstone. Cool. Nice. Nice. I was supposed to finish this set of pages today, actually. So we're caught up from yesterday's portion that we didn't do. Otherwise, the last 5 pages. Was it 5 pages? No, I only did 9 yesterday. Yeah, it's 5 pages, huh? No, 6? 6 pages. Is it 6 pages? Okay, it's from 7 pages a day. I originally had 9 pages I had to do because of like a certain section I wanted to catch up on for the subheading there. Anyways, the whole point is I'm caught up. Who cares? Future of Religion. God, my head is starting to hurt a little bit. But I gotta power through this. He said to finish the fucking text. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Okay, a broad spectrum of religious persistence into the future. Those who might have predicted in the past that by beginning of the 21st century religion would be a defunct institution would have to be quite surprised at what they can see anywhere in the world today. Not only are many traditional signs of religion in abundance, but also new manifestations emerge almost daily. In the United States, not only does one continue to observe bumper stickers proclaiming Jesus saves, political candidates expressing religious cliches, and freshly painted church spires dotting both countryside and town, but one observes amazing new sights and sounds that daily bombard the consciousness. One sees in both newspapers and the evening television news vivid pictures of one or another unusual, if not outright bizarre, activity of religious cult, Christian pop, music sales, skyrocketing and beginning to rival jazz, rock, soul, and country music in excuse me, what? In country and popularity, fundamentalist religious groups deliberately and openly trying to affect U.S. elections and move members of Congress to their point of view, picketers and paraders on both sides of the abortion issue, trying to solicit more popular support for what many define as religious issue, and people call Islamic fundamentalists plotting to destroy the United States. God, that was a handful to fucking read. God. Alright. This is more like an introduction for this chapter, I'm pretty sure. So there is nothing to underline again. In other words, there is a great deal of religious activity that attracts the attention and interest of multitudes around the world. Some of these developments will give us clues as to what kind of future religion might have, particularly in the United States. Certainly, they will influence the people's thinking about the future of religion. Therefore, as we try to look into that future, we shall focus on several major religious developments that seem to have particular sociological relevance. Cool. Level of religious activity. Welcome to the first subheading of this chapter, on chapter 15. Right, 2 commonly used measures of religious activity, which tell us something about the vitality of religion and about people's commitment to religion, are church, synagogue membership, and church synagogue attendance. 2 commonly used measures of religious activity. 2 commonly used measures of religious activity. Vitality of religion and about people's commitment to religion. Church synagogue membership, church synagogue attendance. Commitment and vitality, right? So vitality being the church synagogue membership, and the commitment being the church synagogue attendance. Cool. Yeah. Very hand in hand. That is very parallel. Am I right? Hopefully I am. A Gallup poll sampling of the U.S. adult population reveals a very slight erosion of church and synagogue membership between 1940 and 1995. And when membership declined from 72% to 70%, yet this decrease is clearly too small to be significant. We're left with the conclusion that church and synagogue membership, as reported by people when queried by a Gallup pollster, has not changed significantly in the past 60 years. The change from year to year, or even decade to decade, is nothing more than the change from... The change from year to year, or even decade to decade, is nothing more than the fluctuation simply from sampling error that we could expect in any poll. Nice. When we consider church synagogue attendance as a measure of religious vitality, we find that the proportion of Americans who say that their attendance in the first place of worship during the 7 days preceding the pollster's posing of the question has ranged between 37% in 1940 to a high 49% in 1955. Only to drop back down to 40% from 1975 to 1987, increasing again to 43% in 1997. The average overall attendance from Gallup poll data is clearly in the low 40s on a percentage basis and has not changed significantly or in the pattern of either growth or decline in the 60 years. What is the whole point of gathering all this data though? That's my question. What is the whole point of all this data being gathered when it's I mean, there's not really much of a difference that I'm seeing right here. And it still shows that there's a lot of people that are, committing to their religion by still, going to the synagogue or otherwise showing their attendance there, right? So what's the whole point of all this? Yet there is one difference in the church/synagogue attendance that needs to be pointed out. This difference is observed in Table 15.1. Where we note no change for Protestants over a 30-year period, but a fairly dramatic decrease in Roman Catholics, who started out significantly higher than Protestants in church attendance, but decreased fairly precipitously. That is an interesting word. Okay. Precipitously. Precipitous. Precipitous meaning. Dangerously high or steep. Oh. Precipitously. Aha! There it is. Precipitously. Okay. Going back over here. To approximately equal Protestant attendance, there is a story to which we shall return at the end of the section. But before we make too much of attendance figures, we need to point out recent evidence which strongly suggests that the attendance figures we have relied on for several decades might be incorrect, that is, overstated. Church attendance figures have been based on polling data done year after year by the Gallup poll, but a landmark study by Hadaway, Marler, and Chave suggests that the polling data might consistently be overstating rates of church attendance for all faiths, because the people in the samples recall and report their frequency of attendance at a higher frequency than is really the case. Hadaway, example, suggests that for the Episcopalians, as one representative group from an American denominationalism, actual church attendance seems to be approximately only 16% instead of the 35% that gets tallied from the polls as the weekly attendance rate for fucking hell, I just said that word. Episcopalians, right? Episcopalians, yeah. Instead of the 35% that get tallied into the polls as the weekly attendance rate for Episcopalians. To begin to provide the data to test the accuracy of the poll data on church attendance, Hadaway and his associates checked the actual attendance at all 172 Christian churches in Ashtabula County in northeastern Ohio. What a name. What a name for a little county. Ashtabula County in northeastern Ohio. Essentially, all Christian churches in the county were identified through search in telephone directories, denominational yearbooks, newspapers, advertisements, tax-exempt property listings, and by actually driving the length of every road in the county looking for churches not identified through standard listings. Although 172 churches in the county, 44 were discovered by looking beyond the reports made by denominations and fellowships. Average actual church attendance figures were obtained from 137 Protestant churches. For the remaining 22 Protestant churches, attendance was either estimated on the basis of the number of cars in a parking lot or by actually counting those in attendance on Sundays during February and March 1992. Using such figures, which in most cases were averages of the actual counts of people for attendance, Hadaway and associates calculated that only 19.6% of the Protestants attended Sunday or Saturday services during an average week in Ashtabula County, Ohio. This attendance rate compares with 42% estimates of Protestant attendance. Excuse me. I'm like slipping my tongue so much, bro. Anyways, this attendance rate compares with 42% estimates of Protestant attendance based on Gallup poll sampling. For Catholics, National Diocesan, 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 Diocese, religious jurisdiction category. Diocesan refers to something related to or belonging to a diocese, which is a territorial area administered by a bishop in some Christian churches. Territorial area administered by a bishop. So, is this part of a parish? That's my question. You know what would be nice if I also played some Genshin music too? I gotta add some Genshin playlist music. I haven't played that game in a long time. Diocesan. Diocesan? Where did I find that word? Was it back here? National Diocesan data were used. Okay, so diocesan just means related to or belonging to a diocese. to slash belonging to a diocese, which is a territorial area administered by a bishop in some Christian churches. A territorial territoria. I almost wrote down territorial. Territorial. My mind is going blank right now. It is going bird brain mode, dude. Okay. A territorial area administered by a bishop. A territorial area administered by a bishop in some Christian churches. Like a parish? I don't know. Ask professor. Ask professor. Ask professor. Cool. Having more questions to ask the professor on Monday. So, for Catholics, national diocesan data were used. Data gathered from each Catholic parish. Yes. Gathered from each Catholic parish. During October of each year and compared with the data reported by Catholics in Gallup polls. The finding is nearly as dramatic as for Protestants. True Catholic attendance on average Sunday is closer to 25% than the 46% that comes out of polls. A follow-up study that increased the number of dioceses from the 18 in the Hadaway study to 48 confirmed the data almost exactly. A weekly attendance rate for Catholics of 26.7%. If we accept the lower percentages from Hadaway study as more accurate than polling data, evidence of the vitality of religion is somewhat less convincing than it might otherwise be, and it provides reinforcement for hypotheses about secularization in American society, a topic for discussion later in this chapter. While such data might require some modification of opinions about the depth of religiosity, the data shows the United States less dramatically out of line with respect to church attendance and involvement of people in other Western countries. Yeah, about the same levels in Australia, Canada, Belgium, and Holland, and only twice the 10% attendance level in the United Kingdom. The lower attendance figures suggested by the Hadaway study also mesh a little better with the perceptions of people who are active in the churches and know a little by first-hand observation of the numbers and rates of the member attendance in their local houses of worship. While such data would hardly support anyone's contention that religion is on the ascendancy in America, the data do not necessarily suggest the opposite either. There are still a high proportion of citizens who hold membership in churches and attend worship services fairly often. Further place, recalling our discussion in Chapter 5. Religiosity is multidimensional. Frequency of church attendance is only one measure and possibly not a highly valid measurement when all is said and done. So much for total national figures and trends. We have to consider also that there might be differences, possibly even substantial ones, among the various groups that in total constitute the summary figures. That is to say, some religious groups could be declining, perhaps dramatically, but others could be growing, perhaps as dramatically or even more dramatically than others are declining. If we find it is so, and it is, well, and it certainly is, then we are likely to ask another question as well. What are the reasons that might account for these differences? Some churches growing, some declining? That's exactly what I was actually thinking. I was exactly thinking that same exact question while I was reading that text. Okay. What are the reasons that might account for these differences? Some churches growing, some declining. Some religious groups could be declining, but others could be growing.
more than others are declining. What are the reasons that account for these differences? Some churches growing, some declining. Okay. Right, so for the next subheading right here, I'm going to be talking about the growth and decline of membership here. Right, so by way of general summary, we can observe that some of the standard mainline Protestant churches have been declining fairly noticeably since the 1960s. For example, some of the most dramatic declines over the period of 1965 through to 1993 were registered by the Episcopalians with the decline in membership of 27%, the United Methodist Church with a decline of 22%, and the United Church of Christ with a decline of 26%. These were not only losers. Oh, excuse me. These were not the only losers, but they tended to have the more dramatic percentage losses. On the other hand, several religious groups have not only been growing, but growing at a substantial rate. For example, between 1965 and 1993, the Church of Nazarene grew by 72%, the Seventh-day Adventists increased by 109%, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints added 153%, and the Assemblies of God grew by 297%. Others are, of course, in between, with only small fluctuations one way or the other, or alternating between small decreases some years but increases in other years. And again, this is like a connecting back to the other subheading that was mentioned here actually in the text, where I was marking down and underlining this, where it says how some religious groups could be declining while others could be growing, but could be more dramatic in the decline or growth, depending on, like, you know, the inverse situation that's going on right here. That's all just like going over what the levels of religious activity. Yeah. Very interesting topic though. I don't know though. It's pretty common sense and straightforward with like how it's just talking about like, oh, okay, one religion could be like, you know, declining, but one religion just could be like, you know, growing in overall growth. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it is a big deal for like people that are actually religious, right? Compared to me, that's not really religious. But oh, hello, Pear. What's up, man? Been a long time. People have not yet to join you and the other guys' server. Because I've been so busy, man. Life has been like kicking me in the ass right now. Been a very long time. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, I'm just doing like a little small study stream because I need to study for a sociology test. Well, two other sociology tests in general, but all good. I just joined when I had the time. Yeah, for sure, man. It's good to see that you know, you're still alive and kicking, though. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, after I'm done doing my readings for today, I'll probably like play some League later or something, unless I get like told to do an errand or something by someone. Longsword, big body, strong. I'm pretty sure I just finished that section though, right? Growth and decline membership. Yeah, I'm still on this page right here. Yeah. Okay. So growth and decline of membership. By way of very general summary, we can observe that some of the standard mainline Protestant churches have been declining fairly noticeably since the 1960s, as mentioned before in the box of text I was reading. For example, some of the most dramatic declines over the period of 1965 through 1993 were registered by the Episcopalians, with a decline in the membership of 27%. Wait, did I not just read this? Yeah, I did. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm rereading over the same shit. I already turned the page. It's because I'm like having to like fold this book so that I can like focus on like one page at a time. But okay. So on the other hand, several religious groups have not only been growing, but growing at a substantial rate. Yeah. We read that part. Okay, declining membership in mainline denominations, growth in conservative churches. In a controversial book published in 1972, with a second edition in 1977, Why Conservative Churches Are Growing. Why Conservative Churches Are Growing is the book by Dean M. Kelly, analyzed the data on growth for some, decline for others, and suggested that one explanatory factor, right, stood out in particular. The growing religious organizations were the strict ones. So growing religious organizations were strict. The demand for high commitment and loyalty from their members, they exert church discipline over members' beliefs and lifestyles. They tend to be absolutist and clear cut above, excuse me, clear cut about true and correct beliefs. So absolutist, clear cut, and about true and correct beliefs. Okay. In fact, Kelly has since said that although overruled by his publisher, he had wanted as his as his title, not why conservative churches are growing, but why strict churches are strong. Why strict churches are strong. Yeah, could see how that title would actually stick out the most. These strict churches demand firm allegiance, tireless devotion to proclaiming the gospel, obedience to authority, and stoic acceptance of ridicule from the outside. So, I don't know if this is going to be all about Dean and Kelly in his book and what it's talking about. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm still seeing Kelly here. Rodney Stark. Okay, so Kelly is mainly described in this subheading. So let me just write down his name here. Dean M. Kelly. M. Kelly. Okay. In similar vein is the explanation for conservatives' growth and liberal decline proposed by George Lanoue. Lanoue is his last name. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'm just going to say Lanoue, who notes that the conservative churches offer people a scarce commodity for which religion is nearly unique source, namely salvation. While the liberal churches have been trying to offer a plethora of goods and services that are also available from a host of other sources, entertainment, intellectual stimulation, and discussion and activity centering around social issues. For example, excuse me, it ends there. It ends there with a period. That was about to start listing things. Okay, so in discussion and activity centering around social issues. I don't know if that's necessarily important for me to highlight or underline. Because many secular groups can often do a better job at it. Okay, secular groups can often do better job. Can do a better job delivering such goods and services. Delivering goods and services. Go. Within their areas of specialization. Liberal religious groups are likely to lose out on the competition. Small wonder, then, that conservative groups that promise delivery a scarce commodity should grow. Liberal groups must compete with numerous secular groups, and the same businesses, so to speak, should be shrinking. Understandably, there was a concentration among the mainline denominations. Was their decline real? And if so, why? Why is there the... Okay, excuse me. Was it their theology? Or was it something else? And was the growth of the conservative churches really their conservative, demanding theology that was attacking so many people, or were other factors at work? Oh, excuse me, not attacking, attracting so many people. My God. Okay, so such questions in the membership, people or other factors at work. Such questions in the membership, Such questions in the membership changes that precipitated the questions immediately attracted the attention of researchers, and 30 years of research was ensued. We will summarize some of the more interesting and significant findings. First, we will look at some of the more interesting and significant findings. Dude, I'm literally rereading over the same line. Oh my god, okay. That's already showing the sign that I'm starting to burn out. Also, probably because I only got 5 hours of sleep. Because my father was like, hey, let's go out and eat. And I'm like, fuck, dude, it's so early in the morning, man. Why are we going out to eat somewhere? But, you know, my bad for staying up late and trying to do more of my homework, and then having to wake up again early in the morning to do more homework in terms of just reading this text. Anyways, first we will look at the 2 studies that trace the actual movement of the people in a sample who relate the changes they have made in their religious affiliations over a period of time. A distinct, A distinct disadvantage of both Kelly's and Leno's work is that their data represents total membership figures only, and thus cannot be used to trace the movements of individuals from one religious group to another. So data represents total membership figures only. Cannot be used to trace the movements of individuals from one religious group to another. In fact, we cannot necessarily infer from these data any movement at all. For example, if the birth rate were higher among themselves of the more the conservative religious groups, which is quite likely, in fact, then the growth of these groups through natural reproduction alone might account for some, perhaps even all, of their increasing numerical advantage over the liberal denominations. Or again, perhaps the conservative groups are gaining strength by picking up the non-affiliated person with little or no religious background, not necessarily the dropouts from liberal denominations. So what can I understand from this text, though? Okay, so, or again, perhaps conservative groups are gaining strength by picking up the non-affiliated person with little or no religious background, not necessarily the dropouts from gaining strength by picking up a non-affiliated person with little or no religious background. How would... Okay, so that's something I'm not really understanding here. How does a conservative group gain strength by picking up a non-affiliated person in terms of, like, you know, that non-affiliated person not even, like, being part of their conservative group at all? That doesn't make any sense to me. That does not make any sense to me. Hold on. Conservative group, non-affiliated person. Gaining strength. How does conservative group gain strength by picking up non-affiliated person? Okay. What is it? Strength in numbers. Strength in numbers? Gaining strength by picking up the non-affiliated person with a little or no religious background. With no religious background, though. That doesn't make any sense, though, Captain Dude. But gaining strength by picking up the non-affiliated person with no religious background, not necessarily dropouts from liberal denominations. Oh, wait, yeah, wait. You were VIP for a reason. Yeah, no, actually, no, that makes sense. I wasn't reading the sentence that was above it. I just kept on reading the, like, last sentence over and over again. Yeah, it says right here. Yeah, they're increasing numerical advantage over the liberal denominations. That just meaning, the numerical part just mean, like, they just have more people. Yeah, okay. Numerical advantage. But I'm just gonna write down numerical advantage. Body count. Because numerical advantage? Question mark? Okay, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm gonna ask a question just in case to my professor on Monday. He says to come armed with questions after class, if I have any. So, okay, so next subheading on page 389. That's quite cool. We are, like, rushing through these pages like crazy. We went from, like, 370 to, like, 389. So that's, like, nearly 20 pages now. Within what? 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes. Holy shit. I'm actually busting through this shit. Okay. Ronnie Stark and Charles Glock. Charles Glock. Glock. You were VIP for a reason. It's also motivating. What is motivating? What is motivating? Charles Glock. Rodney Stark and Charles Glock conducted such research in their important San Francisco Bay Area study. In the mid 1960s, they found that nearly half of the Protestant respondents, 46%, reported having changed denominational affiliation at some time in the past, and seeking patterns away and toward certain denominations. Stark and Glock conclude that the general tendency for those who change religious affiliation is to move from more conservative bodies to those that are more liberal theologically. This would quite directly contradict the observations of Kelly and Leno, the ones that we, explained earlier. Samuel Mueller, analyzing the same data, reached different, though not diametrically opposed, conclusions. Through the application of factor analytic techniques, he found that switches of religious affiliation occur essentially without reference to the liberal or conservative stance of the groups involved, but are made in such ways as to preserve similarity along as many dimensions as possible. That is, people tend to affiliate with a religious group similar in sociological sense to the one that they're leaving. The relevant similarities do not seem to be so much doctrinal or creedal as they are related to such factors as social status and liturgy. In other words, people seem to look for another religious group that has members like themselves and that has a form of worship similar to what they have known and practiced and in the past. So some of these religiously mobile people wind up in a more liberal denomination, but usually for other than theological or doctrinal reasons or motivations. And the same is true for those who move to a more conservative denomination. So basically from what I understood from this was, how do I put it? People practice religion, other people get motivated or affiliated in the sense of wanting to like practice it too, is what I think I got from this. Again, pretty common sense. Like people can be, motivated to do something because I don't know, it just surrounds them. And if it surrounds them enough, then they might just be quote unquote indoctrinated to do the same thing, kinda. In my sense, right? Like, living in America compared to Japan, like, there's so many religious affiliations. And America itself is a denomination, right? It's its own, like, whole denomination because there's, like, so many different religious groups to choose from. And because there's just, like, so many to choose from, like, you might just be, like, so overwhelmed with the possibilities and your choices of, like, what you really want to, like, believe in. And it's also part of the reason for why I might be considering myself, right, Spy, as an agnostic person. Because, like, there might be a possibility. There is a possibility in my head where I'm thinking, okay, maybe there is a upper being, maybe there is a god that is up there, or some high being that is, like, overwatching all of us, right? Like, they might, like, come to this world and might one day, like, strike upon all of us and be like, hey, I don't like what this world's doing right now. I'm gonna kill everybody now. And then it's like, oh, well, shit. Whoops. Sorry, upper being guy, sorry. or woman, who knows. But yeah. I don't know. Like, there's so much to go on about this. I'm kind of losing my mind right now in terms of, like, how much I've been having to read and how much I do have to read by the end of today. And it's not like it's supposed to be due today, but it's the fact that I had to pace myself to get all this shit done because my professor expects out of me much better. He knows that I can do better, so I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll start getting to reading. And yeah, like, he's very motivational in the sense of, like, having to like tell us, hey, like, I know you have, better capabilities to study and learn compared to what all these other professors are, like, expecting of you. They only give you a lecture, they tell you that you can use your notes and your, past assignments as, like, your past notes. It's counted as your past notes. And then you can use those past notes, or even notes that you took in class, or even the PowerPoint that was discussed in class, or shown in class, right? As your little cheat sheet for your test. Man, Spy, if you were to make an ASMR channel and whisper all of what you're saying, you'd be making millions by now. Really? Really? I mean, right now I'm talking very far away, so it doesn't sound like I'm talking up close to my mic. So it makes it sound like I'm, like, talking in like a, what? A radio, like, setting, kinda? A radio like setting would be like more like me like talking right here, right? Yeah. It's a lot more closer up. It's more closer to the mic. It sounds a little bit more professional in a sense, huh? But like I prefer to just like kind of lay back in my chair and just sit back. But, you know, we need some of that rain in the background. Rain in the background. I could do that, but that would take up a little bit more CPU because of the, you know, Chrome and shit. And people are like, oh my god, why aren't you using Opera GX yet? And it's like, no, dude, I don't want to use Opera GX. Not using that shit. Not just yet. Until I get myself a 5080 GPU or something at one point in my life, then maybe. Maybe I'll consider switching over. But Opera GX uses less CPU, and it uses less space too. So why aren't you using Opera GX now, Spy? Now! Because I don't want to do that. Am I sponsoring it right now? Probably, but am I doing that on purpose? No. Okay. But to continue doing this though, let me figure out where I last was here. I'm pretty sure I already read over this page here. Conclude that the general tendency for those who change religious affiliation is to move from more conservative bodies to that of a more liberal theologically. Wait, that are more liberal theologically. Okay. Okay, so conclude. Okay, Stark and Gluck conclude that general tendency for those who change religious affiliation is to move from more conservative bodies to those that are more liberal theologically. More liberal theologically. More conservative bodies. Okay. Those who change religious affiliations to move from more conservative bodies to... Okay. Okay, what is this? Helping people sleep is good money nowadays. Dude, right now what I'm doing, I don't think I'm putting people to sleep, bro. I'm probably like... Well, actually, I probably am. I actually probably am putting people to sleep. You know why? Because this subject right here is so goddamn boring to me that I'd probably fall asleep listening to this fucking shit. I'm not even joking. Like, no, like, what is it? I'm not throwing any, like, negative vibes towards, like, you know, religious people or even sociology in general, but, like, I personally find sociology to be a very boring subject in my personal taste. I don't care about religion. I don't really care about too much about that. It just feels too overwhelming, and I don't want to, like, you know, deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. Okay? That's it. End of story. But, again, because I don't have a preference, right? Like, a personal preference or, like, taste in sociology, I would genuinely fall asleep to this shit. But yeah. Maybe I would be putting people to sleep. Maybe that is the retention span for people that join in the stream, if there are ever random people that join the stream right now, right? For example, they probably are like, oh, this is some guy talking about some like religious bullshit. Okay, let me click off of this stream really quick or this video really quick and go watch something else because the retention span is that low. They don't want to listen to any of that. They don't. And you know, I completely agree. I don't want to listen to people that are talking about some like very serious topics of like religion. This isn't like extremely serious, but it's just like talking about it's more informative. Let me just put it that way. It's more informative, which makes it so like boring. It's like, oh, that's cool to know. All right, thanks, bye. And then they click off somewhere else. Now, people got that in the background so that they help them sleep. Yeah. I don't know if Pear's still here, but Pear, if you're still here, I don't know if this is making you fall asleep, or if you're doing something else in the meantime. Just having like that background audio or something. Genuinely curious. Genuinely curious. I was doing something else. Oh, okay, okay. Rain in the background. You gotta get that enhanced sleep. I mean, I could technically do that, right? And I don't know how loud I sound like right now. Technically, like, if I'm looking at my microphone volume, it says I'm, like, peaking right at the tip of the green. and like right at the beginning of yellow, sometimes. And this is just me talking really far away from my mic. And if I were to like talk up close to my mic like this, using a little bit more of an inside voice, kinda, it's still kind of like peaking at the beginning of yellow. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I'm just trying to like talk aloud so that like I don't know, it kind of like gives me a little bit of practice of like speaking a little bit more loud. Because I remember there was this one time, right? Again, talking about personal stories here. There was another time where I did go to this interview, and this interview that I did go to, the music that was out in the freaking public where all the customers were sitting, it was so goddamn loud, and I was trying to fill out this resume sheet, otherwise this application form, and this guy came up to me. He was the manager of the restaurant, and he was like, "Hey, would you like to have an interview right now?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then he was asking me questions, and then I tried to answer his first question, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna need you to talk a little bit louder." I'm like, "Dude, the fucking music in the restaurant is so goddamn loud. Just take me to like the back where your office is or something, so that we can like talk in a more inside voice, so that we can both hear each other without this blaring ass music." You can't just expect a person, or like let me say your server, to like yell or like scream at the top of their lungs just to like talk to the customer, man. Adjust that shit. Again, you guys are considering yourself to be this corporate fucking high quality restaurant. You don't need a fucking scream or yell at your customers all the time. I worked again. I worked again. I did not have to scream. I did not have to yell. I had to speak a little bit louder, but not as loud as what I had to speak at that freaking interview that I went to. Okay, again, many rants over that little small interview because of me trying to like discuss about inside voice and like loud voice for whenever I'm on stream right now, right? But here, let me see here. Uh, Right in the background, you gotta get that enhanced sleep. That's the ASMR voice right there. ASMR spy? That's it, spy. You're gonna be an ASMR spy. I see money. Hear money. I hear money. Dude, I'm not. Okay. I've been told by a few friends. Not all of them. Not every one of them. Not a lot of them. Just a few. Like here and there. They're telling me, Spy, you talk a lot. You talk a whole lot. You could probably be good for like a radio channel or like even like a just I don't know, just podcasting kind of shit. And I'm just thinking, is that really what I should do? I don't feel like I'm the type of person that would be anyone like Moist Critical in a sense, because Moist Critical, for example, right? I know it's a bad thing to compare, but like just trying to compare myself with Moist Critical, he has more of a natural talent of bringing in a more like humorous side because he has a really nice word flow, right? Compared to a person like me, I just talk and I talk and I talk, and I talk, and I talk, and I talk. And most of the time, whenever I usually talk, it's usually stuff that's just in the moment. Whatever just comes up to my mind. And some of the things that come up to my mind in the moment are too simple, and there aren't anything. It's not like anything that's creative or like good in a sense. Sometimes there's like a very rare instance where something funny does come up, but it's not like all the time, like Moist Critical. Like he's able to dish out content on a daily basis, like at least what 1 to 3 videos a day from what I've seen, and it just like amazes me how much content he can dish out on just one day. I mean, don't get me wrong, he doesn't have that many things to edit. All he does is just like have video camera, have video to present with, or like topic of screenshot to present with, and then he talks about it. But he still has all this like really amazing wordflow that he uses in his videos. So that just makes him like really unique and like great to watch almost all the time. I haven't been watching his videos though, but as of recently. But all I know is that great personality and great sense of humor. Hence, big channel. Then again, he also started his like what channel? What, high school, middle school? But yeah. You can be the ASMR most critical. You can beat the best. I mean, I don't know about that. Okay, yeah. But on a real note, though, I need to continue reading the pages here. Pretty sure I still have, like, what, 30 pages or some shit. Yeah, up to 421 and 390 is the one I'm about to be on. So 30 pages, yeah, about 30 pages. On God? Man, we're talking about God right now in sociology, boy! Talking about God almost all the time right now for the, like, next, I don't know, 2-3 more hours of content that I have to cover. Then again, I did read 20 pages within, like, what, 30 minutes? So if I were to keep this up, it would probably be, like, what, 20 to about... Wait, 30 minutes, 40 pages. So 40 pages an hour. I could technically do a chapter every hour then. Okay. As long as I'm not, like, really confused about what the topic is, you know? I appreciate the, what is it, the feedback, though, on, like, the ASMR or, like, you know, radio, like, host or podcast guy kind of, like, vibe, though, that I'm giving off. Appreciate it. Dude, not even Moist can talk that much. You sure about that? Pretty sure he can go into, like, really deep rabbit holes of, like, certain topics, if it ever has to come down to that. Okay, Samuel Mueller. Analyzing the same data reached different, though not diametrically opposed, conclusions. Through the application of factor analytic techniques. Oh, okay, no, we read this. More level logically. This would quite directly contradict the observations of Kelly and Lanu. Okay. Some of these religiously mobile people wind up in a more liberal denominations, but usually other than theological or doctrinal reasons or motivations, and the same is true for those who move to more conservative denominations. Where is it? If you were to get put... if you were to... Okay, your grammar is a little bit weird there. Okay. Sorry about that, Captain. If you were to get put... Yeah, no. I gotta fix your grammar here. If you were to put Rain in the background and talk hours and... If you were to put Rain in the background and talk hours and hours with maybe that deep close-up mic, or even whispering, you're about to make millions, we see this unique talent right there. Right here. Okay, yeah. Don't do it for free. Don't do it for free. Man. For every time a person wants to hear my mic, or my voice up close to my mic, I'm gonna have to ask them for a $1 donation for that. That's like my Patreon feature, but for Twitch. It's just a sample right here. Yeah. One sample, and that's it. And that's all you're gonna get. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing else. Everything else, now $1. Gotta pay up. Gotta pay up. Wanna swipe that card for me? Thank you, thank you. Pleasure doing business. Where does this leave us then? With regard to the issue of the relative growth and decline of conservatism in liberal churches, and at an even more general level, where do these trends fit into the observation with which this chapter began? Namely, that there has been a small decline in denominational religion in the United States since peaks of activity in the 1950s and 1960s. Y'all know about that? Nah. I don't know about that. You know why? Because I don't know anything about sociology still. Oh my god. No matter how much I read, no matter how much I underline, it don't matter. For one thing, the analyses offered by Mueller and the Stark and Glock. You can't get over that fucking last name, bro. Stark and Glock cast some doubt on Kelly's hypothesis. Since we do not know the source of the new members in the conservative groups for which Kelly gives data, whether they are defectors from liberal denominations, converts from irreligion, or simply a result of above-average natural reproductive increase, we cannot infer that doctrinal motivations cause the discrepancy between liberal and conservative denominational growth rates, as both Kelly and Leno at least implicitly suggest. In fact, Stark and Glock's data, as well as National Opinion Research Center data that they also examined, suggest that denominational mobility proceeds in both directions. Oh my god. Having such a hard time pronouncing shit now. in both directions between liberal and conservative groups. Moreover, it proceeds, according to Mueller's analysis, in a nearly random fashion insofar as theological stances of gaining and losing denominations are concerned. You can get like a 10-hour reign on YouTube copyright-free version and just do your magic. I see you making more money than a part-time job / corp enough with enough sponsors too. With enough sponsors, okay, I see. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I could try to put on rain next time, but like, you know, I don't know. I might try to do that for like a, let's say like a podcast video or something, or like a YouTube radio station thing, if that makes sense. But right now, I don't know. I don't know. The music right now, I guess it doesn't like kind of match because I'm not really playing a game, but it kind of like gives off more of like my mood in a sense, in terms of like a little bit more happy-go-lucky, sorta, kinda, maybe. Rain is mostly for ASMR. I guess. What was ASMR for again? Audio stimulation, moving, relaxation? Movable relaxation? Or even fireplace sound. That is true. I was thinking of maybe just like putting some classical music or something in the background too. Because classical music just really relaxes my mind. I was really contemplating actually playing classical music first before I like started playing music like this that's in the background right now. For my League gameplay or just like any other game. Because I do have a, what is it, WIP classical music playlist right now. Where does this leave this? Okay, no. Okay, for one thing, the analyses. Wait, did I already finish this one? Clock, blah 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 blah. Weather defectors, blah blah blah. For yes, in fact, starting blocks data as well as National Opinion Research Center. Yep. Where it proceeds, according to Mueller's analysis, in a nearly random fashion insofar as theological stances of the gaining and losing denominations are concerned. Okay. I don't really care about that. Holy shit! Holy shit, guys. Holy shit. My father... Man, that's like a super personal matter. That is such a super personal matter. But if I ever come back to this video, or if I, like, for example, if I were to get like really popular or something on like social media or like even YouTube or Twitch or whatnot, and someone's like, "Oh my god, I remember this clip," and then I'll be like, "Oh, what did you mean by this by your father?" And then I might be like, "Oh, I might remember that. I think I know what I was gonna say, but I refrained from saying it that day because so and so." But anyways, I'm so happy for my father. He told me some really great news about himself. I'm fucking happy. I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy. But yeah. Very awesome. Very awesome. Okay, so let me continue here. Other factors in church growth and decline. Wade Roof and C. Kirk Hadaway provided very helpful information in the issue a decade later. Using National Opinion Research Center General Social Survey data from 1973 through 1976, which involved a merged sample of nearly 6,000 adults. One important qualification of the earlier Stark and Glock findings is that many who defect from the mainline denomination do not move to more liberal denominations, as a sort of a way station to religious agnosticism. Agnosticism. My god. Agnosticism, and dropping out altogether but go directly from membership in mainline denominations and to non-membership in any religious group. For example, as high a proportion as 20.4% of former United Presbyterians describe themselves as religious dropouts. Corresponding proportions of Lutherans, Methodists, Baptists, and Disciples of Christ were 17.8%, 13.4%, 13.8%, and 9.1% respectively. Okay, so it's just like chronologically like telling you the percentages between each of like the church names that I just listed out earlier. Anyways, among the Presbyterians and the Lutherans, those who dropped out constituted more than those who switched to any other specific religious group. Furthermore, at least somewhat in line with what Kelly and Leno have been saying, Roof and Hadaway found considerable switching out of mainline Protestant denominations into what they term the religious fringe. The small Protestant denominations, sect and cult groups, Mormons, and various non-Christian, non-Jewish groups, by way of by way of example, of Presbyterians who left the United Presbyterian Church, 16.8% went to small Protestant bodies, 9% to sectarian groups, and 3.6% to non-Christian groups. Of Baptist defectors, 15.6% went to small Protestant denominations, 18.2% to sects, and 1.4% to non-Christian groups. Of Methodist defectors, 14.7% went to the smaller Protestant denominations, 10.4% to various sects, and 1.0% to non-Christian groups. I think they should have just said 1% for that part, but you get what I mean. Or you get what they mean, too. So it was certainly clear that mainline Protestant denominations were losing members. The data were clear. And we know something that... And we know something about where they were going. Some were dropping out of organized religion. Some went to smaller fringe groups, including some to more sectarian, conservative groups. Further, there was some switching from one mainline group to another. They made such a switch for the same reasons that members of mainline Protestant denominations have switched denominations for generations. They found no local church of their former denomination within convenient driving distance of their new home. New colleagues or friends attended and liked the other church and brought them along. They were attracted to the minister and his preaching. The new church had outstanding programs for children and youth, and so on. Such switching, however, probably evened out as mainline churches exchanged members in fairly equal numbers. Numbers, not members, numbers. As mobile people found a church in their new community that was similar in so many ways to their former one, but in a different mainline Protestant denomination. So if I were to go back here and find the main idea, it says right here, one important qualification of the earlier historical findings is that many who defect from the mainline denominations, do not move to the more liberal denominations. As a sort of way station to religious agnosticism and dropping out altogether, but go directly from membership in mainline denominations to non-membership in any religious group. From membership in mainline denominations to non-membership in any religious group. Way station to religious agnosticism and dropping out altogether. That's kind of weird. Alright, I have to go now. See ya. Nice seeing you doing well. Hey, man. See you, Pear. And hope you do good in life too, man. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you soon. Okay. So next page here. I think from mainline Protestant denominations. So many ways to Okay, so it's certainly clear that mainline Protestant denominations were losing members. The data were clear, and we know something about what they were doing. Some were dropping out of organized religion, some went to smaller fringe groups, including some more sectarian, conservative groups. Further, there was some switching from one mainline group to another. They made such a switch for the same reasons that the members of the mainline Protestant denominations have switched denominations for generations. They found no nations have switched denominations. Okay, they found no local church of their former denomination within convenient driving distance of their new home. New colleagues or friends attended like their programs, children, youth. Okay, no, we already read that part. Okay, my God. Well, let's just do it. Let's start your ASMR career tomorrow. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll probably make like a meme YouTube video about it. I'll be like, do you like ASMR? Well, you've come to the right place. Welcome to Spy ASMR. Differential birth rates, an important factor. I know that I have a very unique voice in terms of like how I can like make it high pitched, how I can make it like mediocre and like very low pitched sometimes. And that's probably from like practicing trying to like sound like certain characters that I like, and or even just what doing a lot of karaoke back then too. I never went out to do karaoke in like what in public. I mainly wanted to do it by myself in like my own car and stuff too. So that might be another reason for how like I developed such a thing. All your 3-hour videos on YouTube gaining views. That ASMR will get them to sleep and subscribe. Trust. 3-hour videos. 3-hour videos will get them to sleep and subscribe. I mean, to be honest, I feel like that's just any long gameplay kind of video in general. Because I remember, what was it? My friend, actually mentioned this, right? He mentioned that if you were to post really long videos in general, like, there are people that still actually click on those very long form videos and they still end up watching them. It's really weird. It is really weird, but people just watch them because they genuinely want to watch a series or something because they're bored, or because they, like what you said, even want to like just kind of sleep to something while having something in the background. Who knows? Who knows? And most of those long form videos were just from me like playing my strategy game from what Sudden Strike 4 or even just World of Tanks, and you know, pretty interesting. And what's really strange to me is whenever I see some of these like short videos that used to be really popular on my channel, or even just like YouTube videos in general, or the long form videos, some of them had really big amount of likes and what is it? I wouldn't want to say views. I think that it was also views too though. But then they just randomly disappeared. The view count disappeared, the like count disappeared, and it's like, huh. That is very strange. I don't think a person goes to a channel to like a video and then goes back and then unlikes the video. Because I had like around 50 to about 80 likes, I think, on one of my Lethal Company videos that I made a short on. And then randomly out of nowhere, it just went to like 30 likes or 40 likes. And I'm like, wow, something happened. I don't know if that's like a YouTube algorithm thing with like YouTube like sending in random people to like watch my video and then like telling, or let me say having bots do that shit. But if it's bots, then dude, that's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. I don't want YouTube to be sending me actual like bots to like watch my videos. Okay, let's see. If you get them to sleep, you'd be making millions. Let's say you get Elon Musk to sleep, he gonna donate. Lack of content, and that ASMR magic needs to be added. Maybe, maybe. I had the tools. I have my music studio to do that too. I had the ability to like change the audio and make sure that everything sounds different and more unique. But in terms of like the gadgets that I can use in person though, I only have the audio interface. That's all I have. Nothing like crazy. Not like a giant mixer like what some other people have. Exactly. People's attention span is like goldfish. They're gonna be a bunch of videos in the background. Yeah, true. The only issue is that I don't really have the time to like publish and post everything, or even like have the time to really edit stuff right now. Again, another reason for why I didn't like pick up the collaboration offer, because right now I'm really busy. Only thing that I'm doing right now is just like streaming on Twitch, saving the videos as highlights, and then being able to download those highlights over time whenever I have the time, and then what is it, cutting, editing if I have to in certain areas, and like posting it on YouTube. But I mean, you still technically can just like what, download the highlights from the stream that you did, and then just what is it, post it on YouTube, and then just still have some sort of content like still dishing out to YouTube so that people can still like kind of like look at what kind of content you're posting. ASMR studying. Yo, wait, you post the video with rain in the background is money. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, let me go back onto this book here, though. Pretty sure we just finished that one, right? Yeah, okay. So differential birth rates are an important factor. Okay. But churches grow not only because people switch to or transfer from one church to another. There are three other very important sources also that are as old as the history of churches. One is births of children to parents who are already members. Here the question is, are there differences in relative birth rates among denominations? Another source of additional members is immigration of members of the same faith into the host country, the United States, for example. A third source is conversion of those uh, who have not been church and mainline Protestant denominations. Perhaps immigrants are more attracted to conservative churches than to mainline congregations, or more immigrants have conservative church backgrounds. Perhaps conservative churches have a more successful strategy to attract the unchurched. The unchurched. I don't know. Unchurched sounds pretty funny. As a word, yeah. Subsequent research did indeed find that in different birth rates accounted for some of the. Excuse me. Birth rates accounted for some of both membership decline and growth, as the birth rate in the generations was lower. Wait, what? I said generations. It's congregations, bro. Okay. As the birth rate in the congregations. Okay, hold on. Subsequent research did indeed find that the different birth rates accounted for some of both membership decline and growth, as the birth rate in the congregations was lower. Wade C. Roop and William McKinney observed in 1987 that the more conservative denominations did indeed have higher birth rates than the mainline Protestant denominations. Their data for white women born before 1935 showed that the birth rate of dude, I can't even fucking talk anymore. Showed that the birth rate of conservative Protestant women was 17% higher than that of women from moderate denominations and 37% higher than that of women from liberal denominations. This higher birth rate was one significant factor in the rapid growth of conservative denominations in the last 4 decades of the 20th century. Michael Hout, Andrew Greeley, and Melissa Wild. Wild with an E. It's a pretty wild name. Okay, have recently presented additional strong evidence in support of his fertility differential between conservative and mainline Protestants. In fact, they found that higher fertility combined with earlier childbearing accounts for most of the differential, with the rest traceable to another dramatic finding. That is that the old pattern of upward mobility of lower status people leading to dropping one's membership in a more sectarian conservative religious group and joining a higher status mainline Protestant denomination, which was popular with middle and upper class people, such as those who were upwardly mobile, has become relatively rare in recent decades. This is an extremely important finding because the relative absence of these membership transfers to mainline denominations by the upwardly mobile explains much of the declining membership of the mainline groups. That is, the decline was not so much losing members to conservative churches, but not gaining some from conservative denominations as used to occur. But then some members of the mainline churches, as well as the conversion to Roman Catholicism by other mainline Protestant members. In summary, 4 factors are involved in the parallel growth of conservative churches and declines among mainline Protestant churches. One being higher birth rates among the conservative church members, lower birth rates among the mainline denominational members. 2 being continuing defections from organized religion altogether on the part of some mainline church members. 3 fewer members of conservative churches transferring to mainline denominations as their personal and social status rises. And 4 some conversions of mainline members to Roman Catholicism. But the original inferences drawn by many of the Kelly revelation of the dramatic growth of conservative denominations and the parallel declining membership of mainline groups, that many of those dropping out of mainline groups were then joining the more conservative groups and thereby contributing significantly to the membership growth of conservative churches, turned out not to be true. Despite the qualifiers that sociologists have added in the discussions of the original observations by Kelly about the decline of mainline Protestantism and the gain in conservative Protestantism, the growth and declines themselves remain correctly observed. remain correctly observed. Okay. And the trends have remained, though at a slower rate, and have actually probably stabilized. What has been at issue is the interpretation that there were dramatic switches of members from liberal mainline Protestant denominations to more conservative groups. No hordes of mainline Protestants did not defect to conservative groups during the last 4 decades of the 20th century. Yet both trends of growth in conservative denominations and loss in more liberal denominations really happened. And we certainly have to be aware that the rapid growth of conservative Protestantism is a striking fact of modern American religion and is a fascinating phenomenon to explain. It's particularly fascinating in the context of a widespread belief. I'm like tongue twisting my ass off right now. It is particularly fascinating in the context of widespread belief that secularization and some kind of movement away from traditional religion has been going on for many decades. Nonetheless, the growth and the decline among Protestant denominations is fact and is succinctly, yes, Succinctly, succinctly portrayed. Oh wait, no, not succinctly. It's succinctly. That's what I meant to say. My bad. Yeah, Protestant denominations is fact and is succinctly portrayed in Table 15.2. Protestant denominations is fact and is... God damn it, bro. Okay, these data provide the context to consider some theories by Rodney Stark and Roger Fink about some reasons in addition to those we have already discussed. Example being higher birth rates among conservative Protestants and for the attraction and success of conservative Protestantism. For the next heading right here, it says return to the high cost or high reward factor in rational choice theory. Stark and Fink are major spokesmen for the application of rational choice. Application of rational choice theory, yeah, in the sociology of religion. In the context of membership gains and losses, they and others speak of a continuum of, well, it's from ultra strict through to ultra liberal niches that religious groups occupy. Hypothetically, at least, these niches would most likely be arranged much like pictured in the bell-shaped curve in figure 15.1. They are arranged in the curve according to their degree of tension and from where the culture within which they function. At the ultra strict sects, which demand a great deal from their adherents, strict rules against smoking, drinking, loose, I can't say that word on stream, S behavior, I'll just put it that way, S behavior, hard playing, and the like, as well as expectations of a high degree of time commitment and involvement in the group's activities, for both worship and social activities. There is a high cost to belong to such a group because it demands strong allegiance by its members, such at the time that remains for adult members after employment and basic family responsibilities are often consumed by activities dictated by the religious group with which they are bonded. Members may be given additional requirements that set people apart from the surrounding culture, such as clothing styles, Amish, rejection of the activities and trappings of holidays, such as Christmas and Halloween, Jehovah's Witnesses, or worship on a day other than Sunday, Seventh-day Adventists. Excuse me. The mainline Protestant denominations are at various points on the left side of the curve, that is, in relatively low tension with the surrounding culture, despite in an earlier day residing on the other slope of the curve, perhaps even fairly far down that slope at a point of strict or ultra strict evolution of the religious group denomination, both officially concerning doctrine and practice, and at the level of personal practice by the majority of members, find some members no longer satisfied, and therefore making decisions to leave, either going to a stricter group, branching off with a few others of like mind as a new small sect, or at the other extreme, deciding if religion is really little more than good citizenship and ethics, then I can practice those virtues outside of religion altogether. What has become clear is that some people desire strict, high-cost religious groups and are willing to contribute not only their money, but also their time, as well as perhaps endure some ridicule by others. Similarly, others desire less demanding churches in which only modest commitments of time and talents are required and fairly open, liberal theology and worldview are proclaimed. At this point, we cannot help but remember our earlier discussion of sex in Chapter 4, where we identified the key feature of protest against changes in both religion and society, aka Protestant people, right? Such protests, of course, implies tension as persons go against the tide or direction of dominant religion and culture. The end result is a very dynamic religious scene in the United States, aided by an already existing commitment to the value and desirability of religious pluralism, which results in the continual breaking off of religious sects from the more satisfying affiliations with other religious groups. Let me see here. Laid back, let people live how they want to live, being on the ultra liberal side, and preventing sinful behavior or fear anxiety of changing the mainstream society being the ultra strict side, as shown on the graph, or otherwise the little small hill-like curve slope thing that we have on my page right here. You can't see it, but just imagine a little small mountain. Left side of the mountain being ultra liberal, right side of the mountain being ultra strict. And then at the top of the mountain, or otherwise in the middle of the mountain, right at the top, is moderate and conservative. So, yeah. Moderate being a little bit more on the left side, while conservative being a little bit more on the right side. But still technically at the middle for both sides, right? Yeah. So, going back to this part, I need to figure out the main idea of what this is trying to discuss here. It's mainly just talking about a tightness of a society, though, in terms of the graph. Otherwise, what the figure is showing, yeah. Yeah, okay, so here you go. So the context of membership gains and losses, they and others speak of continuum from ultra strict through to ultra liberal niches. Notice that religious groups occupy. Ultra strict, ultra liberal niches. Okay. Okay. Impending Protestant loss of majority religious position. Next, subheading. And we are currently 395 pages in. About to be 396. This is like practically half page. But there is one more observation about membership changes involving Protestants that needs some discussion. That is a somewhat recent overall decline of Protestantism in the United States. Decline at least in proportional position relative to other groups, if not actual decline in numbers. Actually, the numerical dominance of Protestantism, which has existed since the original colonists arrived from Europe, is about to end. The historic domination of Protestantism has been dramatic and is succinctly. God, I almost said succinctly. Okay. Dramatic and is succinctly summarized in Table 15.3. One more observation about membership changes involving Protestants. Recent overall decline of Protestantism in the United States. That is a somewhat recent overall decline of Protestantism in the United States. Decline at least in proportional position relative to other groups. If not actual decline in numbers, numerical dominance of Protestantism, which has existed since the original colonists arrived from Europe, is about to end. Numerical dominance of Protestantism existed since the original colonists arrived. Is about to end. Numerical dominance of Protestantism is about to end. Okay, the data in Table 15.3 shows that the 5 historically largest Protestant groups constituted approximately 75% of religiously affiliated citizens at the birth of the nation and in the mid-19th century. Actually, there were even more Protestants who belonged to smaller groups that are not listed or included here. During the 19th century, the Protestant majority remained strong, as Reformed and Lutheran Protestants immigrated from Northern Europe, and many Neo-Protestant sects and denominations formed and flourished in the U.S. soil. Pentecostal groups, Mormons, and many others. Small wonder, as an aside, that many citizens have, for the 3 centuries, referred to the United States as a Protestant Christian society and have maintained that traditional Protestant values should rule. Okay. Many citizens have, for 3 centuries, referred to the United States. Many citizens referred to the United States as Protestant Christian society. Maintained traditional Protestant values. Have maintained traditional Protestant values. Should rule. Protestant values should rule. It's interesting. Okay. But Catholics and Jews also came in large numbers as they fled famine and persecution in Europe and Russia, and reduced the size of the Protestant majority just a little. We mentioned earlier that the majority status that Protestants had held from colonial days until the early 1900s, the Protestant majority had held at around 62.8%. But between 1993 and 2002 occurred a fairly precipitous decline. In 2005, Tom Smith and Daeoko Kim, I think this is a Korean guy, yeah, reported that between 1993 and 2002, the Protestant majority declined nearly 11 percentage points from 63.1% to 52.4%. Again, a dramatic finding that is so close to dipping below 50% that it undoubtedly will before 2008. There are several reasons for this dramatic change. Reasons for the Protestant decline in the next subheading. First, Smith and Kim report that an increasing proportion of younger representatives in the sample who now report no religious allegiance were reared in the homes where the parents, who might earlier have been Protestants, had themselves joined the ranks of the non-religiously affiliated. First and second. Increasing proportion of younger representatives now report no religious allegiance. Were reared in homes where the parents, who might earlier have been Protestants, had themselves joined the ranks of the non-religiously affiliated. Joined non-religiously affiliated. Were reared in homes? What does it mean to be reared in a home? Like, what, kicked out? Reared in home meaning. To care for young animals or children until they're able to care for themselves. Oh. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. To be taken care of. Until and self-care. I'll just put it that way, yeah. My second, there is what we had discussed earlier, the dropping away of substantial numbers of members from the large mainline denominations, which began showing up in the last 4 decades of the last century. I've earlier observed that many of these did not reaffiliate with any other religious group, Protestant or otherwise. Helped Greeley and Wild note that 60% of those who have left mainline Protestant churches so have dropped away from organized religion of any kind, so they constituted a real net loss to Protestantism. It is equally important to note that this number of religious dropouts, not just Protestants of course, has increased quite substantially recently. In fact, Michael Hount and Cloud Fisher found that those who claimed no religious affiliation at all had held steady for many years at around 7%, but after 1991, that percentage began doubling to 14% by 1998, and was projected to be over 15% already by that year 2000. constitute a real net loss to Protestantism. The dropping away of substantial numbers of members from the large mainline denominations have earlier observed that many of these did not re-affiliate with any other religious group. Okay, dropping away. We already discussed this earlier, then why are we having to mention this again, though? That's my question. It's so strange. Okay, dropping away of substantial numbers. Dropping substantial numbers of members from the large mainline denominations. Showing up in the last 4 decades. Showing up last 4 decades of last century. Dude, we have no water in the house right now. And I'm like at a half a bottle left, and I'm like really contemplating on like getting some energy drinks to like kind of power boost myself up right now. Dude, I'm like so thirsty. I'm so damn thirsty. I need to look at the screen for a second. Actually, no, I don't want to look at anything, dude. I just want to close my eyes and just rest. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm so goddamn tired. So sleepy, too. 5 hours of sleep. Running on some caffeine. That's it. Okay. Third and fourth. God, there's so many things. Third, fourth. Roman Catholic membership in the U.S. continues to grow. Some of this growth is directly at the expense of Protestantism. Growth is directly at the expense of Protestantism. Protestantism. Okay. Roman Catholic membership. Roman Catholic membership continues to grow. Okay. Here we recall the discussion in Chapter 13 of significant growth of Black Catholics. And, of course, some of the Catholic growth has come from immigration of Catholic South and Central American immigrants. But some of that growth in the Roman Catholic, Catholic South and Central American immigrants. But some of that growth in Roman Catholicism is from some of the dropouts from mainland Protestantism. Alex Greeley and Weld suggest that about 40% of the recent mainline Protestant dropouts have joined the Roman Catholic Church. Fourth, there is continuing immigration of Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, Sikhs, and people from other world religions. Such immigration ultimately erodes the old Protestant majority as their numbers become smaller proportionately to the entire US population, even if they have no further defections from their ranks. Continuing immigration of Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, Sikhs, and people of other world religions. I would just say continuing immigration of other world religions. Yeah. 2 predictions of an observation. As we try to make some predictions or projections from... Predictions or predictions? It's both, okay. As we try to make some predictions or projections from the data discussed in this latter section, dealing with membership changes, particularly among Protestantism, we will make 2 predictions and 1 observation. First, mainland Protestant membership will probably continue to erode somewhat, though the dramatic decline of the last several decades is probably over. That is, the majority position of Protestantism in the United States will disappear. Smith and Kim suggest in their 2005 article, okay, these guys are being mentioned a lot and might be pretty important. Smith and Kim suggest in their 2005 article that was based on data up to 2002 that the event of losing majority status could have occurred. Second, other religions may not gain much in the process. Second, other religions may not gain much in the process because a major reason for Protestantism's loss of majority position has been losing members to irreligion. Losing members to irreligion. Where is the first part though? First, dramatic decline in this last few decades is probably over. The Protestant membership will probably continue to erode somewhat, though. The dramatic decline. Protestant membership will probably continue to erode. Though the dramatic decline of the last several decades is probably over. Dramatic decline is probably over. Yeah. Okay, now, by way of observation, if conservative Protestantism, the strict churches, were to continue the gains they experienced in the last several decades of the 20th century, they could potentially make up the difference and keep Protestantism above 50% of the US population. But there is little likelihood of this occurring. We noted in Chapter 8 that these evangelicals and the fundamentalists particularly have gained about as high a portion of church members as they are likely to acquire. Despite newfound political power gained by the new Christian right, they are unlikely to gain significant numbers of new members. Okay, the dilemmas of Roman Catholicism. If conservative Protestantism continue the gains they experience, could potentially make up the difference. Could potentially make up the difference and keep Protestantism above 50% of the US population. It's gonna underline that whole section right there. Okay, there you go. Right, cool. And then the dilemmas of Roman Catholicism. Earlier in the chapter, we introduced the reader to some significant changes in Roman Catholicism in terms of church membership and attendance. From the Catholic perspective, this could be alarming. It would be particularly alarming to traditional conservative Catholics because, at first glance, there appears to be a connection in timing between the decline in rates of Catholic religious participation and the pronouncements of the Second Vatican Council, Vatican II, in the early 1960s, which relaxed many traditional Catholic obligations. Vatican II, or Vatican II, moved the Catholic Church down a more liberal path. Gary Will's analysis at the time was that Vatican II, or Vatican II, let the dirty little secret of Catholicism out of the bag, so to speak. That secret was simply the admission that the Catholic Church could and does change. And I'm not gonna lie, from like a person and like a third person, like outsider's perspective of like thinking about Catholics in general, I wouldn't think of them to really change because they feel and look and act very strict most of the time. So, but HXH, hello, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm actually kind of curious to know if HXH is supposed to be a representation of Hunter x Hunter, or if it's just coincidence. Of course. Of course. I never watched Hunter x Hunter myself, though. And, yeah, I don't know, but I've heard a lot of good things about the show, at least from my friend in Japan. But yeah, welcome to the stream. This is just supposed to be like a little small study stream session before I ever get into League, but I don't know, I probably have about maybe like 2 more hours of content I need to cover for myself. And hey, yeah, that's cool. Got our favorite anime. I have way too many animes that I've watched in my life, so I can't really say that I have favorites. And speaking of shows too, this one's not an animation, but I did recently watch Loki, season 2, because I used to watch it whenever it first originally came out, on the series on Disney Plus, and I was like, holy shit, dude, this is a really good series. I'm so like excited for like Loki season 2, and I just watched it this week, and my god,
It was amazing. It was freaking amazing. It's like great content after Endgame. I didn't watch many, a few small ones though. Didn't watch many, a few small ones though. As in like the Hunter x Hunter episodes? As in like you didn't watch most of the seasons or 2 hours of content. Let's do it 2 hours of ASMR study. No, anime in general. Oh, okay, okay. Like whenever you mention a few small ones, are you talking like let me think. Like small seasons that are dedicated for like just slice of life kind of stuff, or I watched Hunter x Hunter like 7 times full. Damn. No, that's actually like true dedication for having to watch an anime that many times. Yeah, slice of life is my cup of tea. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. Something that just feels like I don't know. For me personally, I feel like slice of life anime is just like pretty wholesome, pretty goopy too, depending on like the genre, I guess. But I enjoy it. I really enjoy slice of life. I just wish that they can make a lot more content relative to it. For example, Gabriel Dropout was probably one of my favorite ones. And Nichijou. I'm glad that they added so much to Nichijou though. My life is so weird and boring that they keep down my desperate side. They keep down my desperate side. A little concerning. I'm actually a little bit concerned about that. Uh, is it something relative to, let's say, a Watamote perspective? Don't worry about it, Joe. It's okay. We all have our ups and downs in life. All good. What? What? A what? Watamote. Yes. It is a slice of life anime revolving around a girl that is extremely depressed. But I wouldn't want to say depressed, but more so she's trying to get rid of her social anxiety to make herself a better person at her high school, but ends up not really getting over that new person vibe that she was trying to go for. No, I'm not doing bad. I just would like to do more and other stuff. Oh, okay. Like to do more. Okay. In terms of what? What exactly were you looking to do in your current situation then? Still in school. Okay. Now, Captain Jim, we shouldn't be just going off like labeling people off as ASMR candidates here. Shouldn't be doing that. But I'd like to do politics and stuff. Oh, politics. Okay. That's a very unique subject. I myself am not really a political person. I don't really like politics that much. Although I am studying in the criminal justice field right now. So, a little bit hand in hand. A little bit hand in hand. But again, not really a huge political guy. Politics and ASMR go hand in hand. I don't know, man. I don't know. But anything can technically be made as ASMR in a sense, if you really think about it. But stop making everything ASMR though, Captain Jin. Please stop. Please. I didn't know anything 3 years ago, since then my life was turned 180. Didn't know anything 3 years ago. You didn't know anything about politics 3 years ago, or? Oh, okay. So, are you learning politics in like what college, university, or are you just studying it in like your own time? If you're like still, what is it, before college, or? Well, my school has a branch for it that I take, but that wasn't the part that educated me. It just got me into it. Oh, okay. Okay. Mostly found out all this stuff myself through news and social media.
wasn't the part that I just taken me. What they're using social media. Okay. Um, I mean, hey, as long as you're like learning from different sources, but you shouldn't. I know. Okay, this might already sound common sense to you, but news and social media outlets aren't necessarily like the best way to like take information in search of like educational material. It's not the best thing to like always prioritize in terms of studies for that. I basically turned from the quite far one side to the other. Yeah, it's not the worst thing. I mean, as long as you're what studying a certain subject, right? I don't think it's a bad issue at all. I know social media is bullshit because it's right wing and fake news and everything. I'd even ban short form content due to it. Short form content, as in like what YouTube Shorts, TikTok kind of like video stuff. I don't use TikTok though. TikTok Shorts videos, etc. All of them. Okay. I mean, personally, right? Like, I'm not a huge fan of YouTube Shorts too much, but it became a trend. So like, I kind of like stuck around with it a little bit for my YouTube channel for a little bit, for like a really short amount of time, like 2 3 videos. That's it, I think. But it's not the worst either because if you just want to like watch a really quick short video on like your phone, then it's kind of there, and then it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go back to do my own like job or, you know, my homework or whatnot. You know, very short form content. Sometimes it's reliable in a sense, at least for me. Sadly, only the far right wing parties noticed the potential of social media. It's why they had 20% in Germany. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, man, and I'm very transparent about a lot of the things I talk about here. I don't know what that means. I don't know what right or left wing is or anything. It gets mentioned a lot in my criminal justice class whenever they do talk about like politics here and there. But again, can't really say too much about it on my end. I like to apologize about that though. Right wing conservatives, left wing progressive, really. Far right equals fascist Nazi, ultra conservative, etc. Ah, okay. I don't. Basically, Pokemon Black and White for sure. I mean, like, okay, I've never played Pokemon Black and White either. Whenever I just like what hear the releases of those type of like games that are coming out, I'm just like, oh, okay, there's one game, and then there's another game. What are they, like the same thing? Like, what's so different about them? Is like my view of like why they release those different ones. It's like a Diamond and Pearl or some shit. I don't know. Like, I don't know the Pokemon game title names because I never really got the chance to like, what is it, play them. I asked my mother to like get me a Pokemon game, but she instead got me like a RPG a Pokemon game where you play as the Pokemon itself, not like a, what is it, the actual trainer that like goes to each gym master and like fights the gym master and their Pokemon that they like, train and stuff, right? Like, I wanted to play those games, but never got the chance to. What is this? What my favorite game? Favorite game? What favorite game? Which one? You mentioned two of them. All right. Well, in the meantime, I'm still waiting for a chat message to pop up here. going to continue along with my text that I have to read here. Pokemon Emerald. Oh, okay, okay. I wish I could like really discuss and converse more about like, you know, Pokemon games in general. But I grew up on Zelda, man. I grew up on Zelda and Nier and what else? Drakengard. Yeah. Zelda, Nier, Drakengard, and COD, GTA 5. Back on 360. In Battlefield, yeah. I grew up on Nightmare. Dude. Hey man. It's okay. We all have our own personal stories of like where we come from. I don't even know what I grew up on. I grew up on Shadow the Hedgehog and Call of Duty and the Big Red One and the Need for Speed Most Wanted. Basically everything. I mean, hey, true, true. We all grow up on everything, bro. Where did we come from? Our mother? Mother? Yes. And then now, the bed? Yes. We grew up on the bed. We grew up on the floor. We grew up walking. We grew up running. We grew up just everything, bro. Everything. Yes. Yes. Adventure 1 and Generations. Dude, the only Sonic game I've ever played was... Ah, fuck. I think it was Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, holy shit, dude. That game wasn't that bad. That game wasn't that bad. I thought it was a really unique thing to like make Sonic become like a werewolf and like just fight everyone. Super Paper Mario. Ew. Hey man, some pretty unique gameplay. Sonic fighting. Awesome. There's one thing I didn't like about the game though, was probably like the combo mechanics where you had to like memorize certain combos to do on like the what nunchuck and the Wiimote. It probably is. It probably is a complete different like way to play the game compared to all the other Sonic games. So yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Captain Jen, about how Sonic Unleashed was troll. I remember actually that I also played some like classic Sonic games. I don't know which one it was, but I was playing it while I was like at a haircut place. That's all I remember. It was back when I was like really young though. Terraria. Ah, damn. Yeah, no, I grew up on Minecraft too, actually. Never got to play Terraria. I was like, 2D Minecraft? Heck no, I'm not playing that. Though, if I got into the game earlier, maybe I would have been able to like still like get into it more. I actually own the game right now on Steam, but yeah, I grew up on Minecraft. Yeah. Oh yeah, that haircut place with them Wii and GameCube. Yeah, Captain Jin, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Dude, I was playing like some like really old classic Sonic game or uh freaking Wind Waker. It was one or the other. Wind Waker is so good too. Terraria is my favorite game for 8 years or something. Dude, it's a long time. I mean, I can't say the same for Minecraft though. Minecraft has also been out for quite a while. I still play it here and there. All around perfect. There's nothing I can criticize. Yeah. Terraria is older than Minecraft. Interesting. It looks like an old game mainly because it is only 2D. Which is older? Minecraft or Terraria? May 16th, 2011. I thought I remember Minecraft coming out in like what? 98 or something as a prototype? 2011.
Minecraft came out 2 years old when Terraria was made. Terraria wasn't a thing before Minecraft. Minecraft started out in 2009 and Terraria started out in 2011. What does this say? Grew up with Minecraft. Terraria is my favorite game. All around perfect. Terraria is older than Minecraft. So Minecraft is actually 3D Terraria. No, it's beta. Beta. Which one's beta? Minecraft or Terraria? Terraria's beta came out earlier. Okay. Minecraft was 2 years old. Okay. Yeah, I mean, most of the articles are saying that. I don't want to say articles, but more so just forums and like, yeah, they're saying that Terraria is like the oldest one so far. By a few months. By a few months. Some say 2011. Some say 2009. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Sure. Terraria. Minecraft Early Access was 2009 or something. They need to bring that haircut place with the video games back. That would be pretty nostalgic. Honestly, in general, I think haircut places should invest in stuff like that. Have a shopkeep guy, like hold on to the consoles, bring them back every time they open up the place, instead of the gaming consoles and stuff for the people to like play while they're getting their haircut. Well, I'll just put it this way. Me and Captain Jim, we know each other in person, but like, what is it? In our area specifically, there was a haircut place, or a couple of haircut places. I don't remember if it's like a couple of them, but I know that there was one haircut place in our area where we live that they have a video game station for like each and every like seat that you're assigned while taking your haircut. Dude, was it like a dude? Let's make it simple. America. Yes, America. Gaming, hairstyling, lounge. America. Yes. All those things. All of those things. And shooting. No, 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 no. Not the shooting part. Not the shooting part. Yes. Okay. How many pages do I have left though for this thing? So once it's at 421 pages in, I'm gonna do my vocab real quick. Okay, cool. $398, $399. Oh wait, no, I'm almost at 400. That means I'm almost I did what, 10 pages? I'm 15. Yeah.
People's attention span is so bad. Staring at the monitor, dude. You spelled staring wrong. Staring at the mirror, gonna get them falling asleep. So they gotta bring back console haircuts once again. Dude, I don't think I've really ever fell asleep while getting a haircut. There's just something very relaxing about like having your hair like slightly tugged onto while they like kind of like chip away your hair. And I'm pretty sure that they do have like a what haircut ASMR or some shit. Since they keep bringing up ASMR, Captain Jin. Dude, I fall asleep every time. And no, this isn't the F word, bro. No, no. I don't know if that's like against COS though. Hopefully it isn't. Again, not huge, not a huge guy for ASMR, but Captain Jin keeps mentioning that in today's stream. While Vatican II certainly has some influence, at least in the sense that Catholic populace has been introduced to the possibility of change so far as some previously immutable doctrines are concerned, the more immediate precipitating cause likely has been the Humane Vitae encyclical letter on birth control issued by Pope Paul VI in 1968. I find it extremely cringe. Yes. Yes. There's a lot of people that do that. And I feel really uncomfortable about it. In terms of like a like food ASMR, it's like really? Like do we want to really hear food eating? Like I think that okay, like no, no. I think I remember seeing something relative to like Moist Critical going over a video on like how there was this like a YouTuber that God, I think it had something to do with this YouTuber defiling animals while eating them while they're alive. And I was like, I understand that this is supposed to be like a quote unquote mukbang kind of thing, but I don't think it's right to eat something that's alive on camera. You know? That's kind of fucked up. That is really fucked up. And whenever I saw a video on that by Moist Critical, I was like, dude, that's so fucked. That is so fucked. How do you remember things you read out aloud? Spy will be the greatest ASMR in the world soon. Okay, I don't want that. I don't want that. In terms of answering a question on how do you remember things you read aloud, I wouldn't know myself. Like, you need to figure out like a thing. Like, it's kind of like developing a muscle memory kind of thing, right? Like, let's say for example, like you're trying to like stretch your hand. You're trying to open it, and then you're trying to close your hand with your fingers, right? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then like you just keep on repeating that process until like while you're reading something. And then whenever you do the same thing, like for example, while you're doing your test, you might be doing the same thing where you're trying to like open and close your hand, right? And then it's like, oh, I kind of remember what I was like reading. Not aloud, not your inside voice. It doesn't matter how you do it, because you're still building that, muscle memory of like, oh, that's what I did that one time. So if I kind of like repeat the same process that I did before, physically, right, by opening and closing your hand, then you might be able to remember it a little bit more. But hey, don't take my word for it though. I'm just thinking of like random ass shit that'll like help me out with like my own sociology studies too. Like I've been through like a completely different approach on like how to study things. And it's so difficult for me right now because all my other professors right now at my university, they don't teach you how to study. No one teaches you how to study. You have to figure out how to do your own study methods your own self. And this professor in sociology, he doesn't let you do assignments, he doesn't let you do quizzes, he doesn't let you do any like homework. He only tells you to read through the textbook, and he only tells you to come to class prepared, reading those chapters and having a good understanding of the concept and the fundamentals that it's talking about, and that you have only 10 questions and you only have your exams to be graded on. No homework, no assignments, no thing. So it's the only basis that I can like help you out with in terms of like how you can remember things would be writing good notes, looking at
topics that are being repeated most of the time in the text, if it's something relative to like what I'm doing right now, like reading a book, if that's necessary for your class, right? Obviously, then just try to look for the main idea. Look for the italicized words, look for the bolded words, look for the repeated subjects, and then try to like get that into your head as much as you can. Even use flashcards if you have to. Look for Quizlets if there are any Quizlets that can help you out as well. And if your teachers allow it, which most I don't think don't, try to ask them for past papers in terms of like trying to like look at any other like tests that they had in the past so that you're able to review those if they're similar to what's going to be on your next test that's coming up. Okay, Spy never do food ASMR. That is troll as fuck. Dude, I'm not talking about doing food ASMR, by the way. That is fucking gross. Again, I myself don't know why people do it, but people do it. And like I mentioned before, there's some like people that defile animals while they're alive while eating them on YouTube for whatever fucking reason. Anyways, aside from that shit, what is this? When I read text aloud, I could do it in 5 minutes and not tell you one full sentence except the last one afterwards. I mean, hey, you're not meant to memorize everything the first time you read it. There's a reason why it's written in a book. You're reading the book because you're reading the book. You're not reading the book to memorize it after one whole entire read, right? Like, you want to continue reading it until you understand it. The whole point and the purpose of like any type of book that's out here for literature is so that you're able to go back to it and then understand the concept that is being established in the book. Pretty common sense. Pretty common sense. But I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm not saying, oh my god, you're so bad at memorizing things. The book is there for a reason, man. It's okay. Read it. It's there. If you need to go backtrack on something that you didn't understand until you understand the concept. It's like reading a story, right? If you don't understand a part of a story and you're like, I didn't really understand why this happened at this specific stage in the story. Let me quickly backtrack and see why this happened or what made this situation or event lead up to this part, right? Like, it's okay to backtrack. It's okay. School unlearns me learning currently. A little bit weird on the grammar. I didn't really understand that. But I'm assuming that it kind of like doesn't help you learn. Yeah, you have to learn everything on your own. You have to learn things on your own. I had to do that too, with this class specifically, for sociology, because you only have a textbook and an exam and that's it. No assignments, no other grades. Only an exam is the grade. You create your own assignments and homework, Keck. Yeah, exactly. No, that is literally what this class is about. You're making your own homework and your assignments. You have to pace yourself. You have to make sure that you figure out how you're going to study to do better on the test over time. And I'll be completely honest right now, okay? All my other classes I'm passing because my professors are actually just, allowing me to use my notes and, PowerPoints that they already have, shown in class. And that's how I'm able to pass those other classes, because you're able to use your resources that you yourself are actually actively engaging in and trying to make yourself help yourself pass. Yeah. The only time it's okay if you try that super spicy ramen. I don't know what that means in terms of the situation. People want to see people suffer in spice. Oh, okay. You're talking about the food, the quote unquote food ASMR thing, dude. No. That's more of like a challenge thing. That's not an ASMR thing. If that's what you meant, the challenge. I'm not bad at memorizing, quite the opposite. It's just the reading out loud, I don't know. No, I used to be able to learn very well, and by now, social media and school being slow and boring destroyed that completely. Used to be able to learn very well. Boring destroyed it completely. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the downside to living in this generation right now is that, there's so many distractions now compared to a long time ago. Because a long time ago, there wasn't really much technology to really work around with. So you only have if you were a school student, like what we are right now, right? We would only really have a textbook, some papers to write on, and then just try to remember as much shit as possible. At least from what I would think in the past. I don't think you would really be able to use your notes for tests. But yeah, like, it was a lot more, straightforward with no technology at all, like the computers that we're on right now. 50% of my subjects I don't see any reason for, and then 90% of lessons I could sleep and not miss anything important because I understood in the first one. I mean, that's pretty good in terms of like you being able to retain most of the information, right? But it's always good to what? Some of the subjects I don't see any reason. Yeah, like I mean, I guess the important part is as long as you're retaining the information, then that's good. And as long as you know that you're not doing bad, and that you're maintaining your own standard of what you want, then so be it. You're doing good for yourself. That is you being you. You're doing what you want to do. But please don't do anything bad. Don't do anything that'll make you feel bad. Or your loved ones feel bad too. It's important too. I know it's good, but it's been that way since 10 years, bro. It's so annoying to see my time being wasted. Hey, man. I've had this strict, what is it? Memo that's ingrained in my head, okay? If you feel like your time is being wasted, or if you feel like there's something that's just down inside of you, there's always something that you can do to make that change. And you know what that answer is. You know what that answer is, okay? And that is to change your routine. If you have anything that you're doubting yourself, change that routine. That's it. That's all there is to it. Just change your routine, man. It's okay. You're not gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm changing my routine. I'm trying to change the way that I'm trying to do my own things. Because I want to help my mother not waste her money for her tuitions for my sociology class. And I want to do something for the better, right? Even if I fail my classes, which I'm currently failing in right now for my sociology class specifically, because, only being graded on the exams, no assignments, no homework, no extra credit, no nothing, right? Like, you're still doing something to get your result, right? You're still trying to push towards something to get yourself a result. Even if there is not a good result, you're still gonna try to push yourself to get something done. And that is trying to figure out how to do better in that specific spot that you don't feel like you're doing good in. For example, you wasting your time right now, right? Like what you said. If you think you're wasting your time right now, there is a chance for you to better yourself in that specific spot if you just change your routine. That's all. I changed it already, but I can't change the 35 hours of school a week. 35 hours of school a week? Despite the ASMR career won't kill you. I deactivated all my notifications and some apps. Uh-huh. So, Buttons, I need to ask you a question, okay? Whenever you think you're watching a stream like this, for example, right? Bro, I'm in school from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursday till 4 p.m. Uh-huh. But do you think... So what exactly do you think is wasting your time, though? I'm not really sure on, like, where you're trying to get at here. Because for one, right? Unnecessary subjects. Okay, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. We all have things that we have to do, regardless of what we're trying to aspire to get at, right? Like, for example, oh, I just want to ready work. Oh, but I don't have a GED yet. I haven't finished my high school yet. Yeah, sure. Okay, then let's get it done. Get that shit done. You're able to work. Boom, done. Easy. It's easier said than done, yes. But you gotta just keep pushing, man. There's nothing else you can do about it. The same with bachelor's degree or even an associate's degree. If you don't want to have an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree, and you don't want to have a, quote unquote extra good pay, as what everyone, the society has already been indoctrinated to think. I mean, it still helps statistically. It still technically statistically helps you out, even if you were to have a bachelor's or associate's degree or a job. But do what you think is right for you. If you don't want to go to school anymore, then so be it. That's what you want to do. If you don't want to go for a bachelor's or associate's degree anymore because you think this is all unnecessary, then don't do it. I technically am in a similar situation like you. For an example, okay? I actually have a mother that is really pushing me to do my bachelor's degree right now. She wants me to get it out of the way so that I'm able to live a quote-unquote fulfilling better life. Now, I want to go to uni very much. Okay, then, okay. That's it. Okay. Then there's no need for me to explain anything else. You gotta just stick with it, man. I know it sounds difficult as shit, but you gotta do it. I want to go to U Tokyo. Then do it! Then do it, man! Do it! You got it, man! It's gonna take some time. Gotta leave this country ASAP. You gotta get those core classes out of the way, dude. I'm getting my core classes out of the way too, man. It's sociology as an elective for religion, right? I don't care about religion, but I'm still studying it. You know why? Because it's fucking catered towards my fucking criminal justice degree. Do I want to do criminal justice? Kind of half and half. It's a backup plan. If I want to be a police officer, work for the FBI, be a DEA agent, it doesn't matter. I'm just doing this because I want to help support my mother in her belief to keep her satisfied for whenever she does end up dying at some point in her life, so that she doesn't have to worry about my ass not being quote unquote successful or like, fulfilling in my life, right? But anyways, just do it. It's okay. You can do it. You can do it. It's tough. I know. I completely empathize with your situation because I'm going through a similar situation in terms of having to get all this like core shit out of the way and unnecessary, subjects or classes out of the way just to do what I want to do in life. I get it. I get it, man. All right. Yeah, but still 3 years secondary, man. My state decided it's good to keep students in secondary 9 years. 9 years? What is secondary? Secondary school? What is secondary school? Man, Spot, I live my anime life. What do you mean? What are you talking about anime life? A school for students above elementary or grammar school level and below. In Germany, you go to elementary 4 years, then you can decide between 3 stages of secondary. Oh! Okay, okay. Already done, we have 16 school systems in Germany. Also, that's very interesting. I wasn't expecting to have a person from Europe actually joining in the stream. Holy shit. Damn, isn't it like... Well, maybe it's already morning time over there, actually. Yeah, in Japan, and probably Korea too, at least from what I know. But I know for a fact Japan has this schooling system where it's, you go through grade school, otherwise you go from preschool, and then kindergarten, right? And then from first to 6th. And then from there you go to 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. And then you go to another school, which is your high school, right? In 10th, 11th, and 12th. Yeah. No, USA is a little bit different, but it also like depends on like what schools you go to as well for like private school too, I think. Like private schooler people, I don't know how their like grading system works, but I know for a fact that the way I did my school in over here in US was I had preschool, I had kindergarten from 1st to 6th grade, and then I did middle school, which was 7th and 8th grade, and then high school was 9th through 12th, so 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's not a 3-year split between middle school and high school like in Japan. And let's see if y'all have schools after these 4 years. Ahem. Even have schools after these 4 years. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. What are you saying? Like AI is about to take over Department of Education? If kids are smart enough to actually just use, like, let's say, for example, AI, yeah, then maybe it would just be asking AI all these questions. AI, how was I born? Uh, I think you should talk to your parents about that. Okay, I see what you mean with no idea of politics. Yeah, yeah. See, again, I don't care about politics. I don't care about religion, and like from what I learned from my sociology class, I'm sort of agnostic minded, but also like atheist. I don't know, but probably more on the agnostic side. There might be an upper being up there, from what I think, that's watching all over us, maybe, but I'm not like invested in any religion or in politics. Trump wants to abolish Department of Education. Ah, interesting. Never heard of that. Probably because, again, not interested in politics or hear about it too much from my other friends too. This is what happens when you're too invested in only schoolwork and nothing about politics and gaming. Schoolwork, gaming, schoolwork, gaming, schoolwork, gaming. Exercising, exercising, exercising. Fucking schoolwork, come back home, exercise, game, eat, sleep, wake up, schoolwork, come back home, exercise, game, eat, sleep. I don't know. Officially, I'm Catholic. Personally, I'm like Christian in my own way. Oh, okay. So, judging from the text that I'm reading so far, would that mean that you would be more on like a? I don't want to like sound offensive, but is it Protestant? YH teachers will have to show who they voted for, then probably. Don't know what YH means, but probably like a religious thing that you guys know about. I mean, technically, I did just finish reading my pages for the day, but I should technically read the whole book. Like 20 pages from being done too. No, like officially Christian means to follow the teachings of Christ. Yeah, so I don't really like the Old Testament and stuff. Okay, Protestants a little bit more on. Okay. Yeah, because I remember that Protestant people are like more conservative than Christians in general. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good thing, and I believe that kind of God. Okay. Well, from the way that, maybe I wasn't remembering that right, but yeah, I plan to like review over the textbook stuff for a time. But yeah, I remember that there was a religious organization that is like split between both sides. It's like they kind of like have their own set of like ideals, and they don't really go hand in hand with everybody in the group of the religion that they're part of. Really weird. It's a really weird interaction. So maybe it is Protestant people that are like that group that I was mentioning.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of religious organizations really well. Yeah, I'm not too. Hence, I'm not religious. One of the reasons. Oh shit. The last person bought this book actually wrote in this book as well. They've been circling shit. But very rarely. It shows the lack of people that are actually reading this book. There's only one person that like highlighted everything in this book. Only on like the first quarter of it though. Yeah, compared to me, I'm like doing so much, bro. I'm doing so much. Hmm. Okay, there's like a subheading that's like kind of a little bit sketch. All right, I'm not really supposed to say that word on stream or on YouTube. So we're gonna do the thing that most people use the acronym for. I think it was just like what PDF. Yeah, but that will be coming up in just a second. Boy, highlighting everything is like you highlighting so much info. There is a small chance that you're gonna go back and check them all. No, no, no. I'm saying that there's other people from before, whenever I got this book, that are highlighting so much shit. Like a bit too much. A bit too much, yeah. As we described in Chapter 14, this was a reiteration and reinforcement of very traditional Catholic prohibitions against artificial methods of birth control, such as condoms and birth control pills. The encyclical was an abrupt reversal of direction that many Catholics saw their church taking following Vatican II, or Vatican II, and it came only 3 years after the conclusion of Vatican II, or Second, in 1963. This reversal turned off a great many Catholics, so much so that some dropped out and, if not withdrawing their membership, ceased attending church services. Andrew Greeley, again mentioned here, says categorically Catholic church attendance declined because of birth control. Nonetheless, many attendance declined because of birth control. Oh, excuse me. Nonetheless, many continued to attend church, though not necessarily as frequently, out of the old loyalties. Greeley describes the behavior of Catholics who would not accept the reaffirmation of traditional Catholic doctrine in birth control and were carrying out their own quiet revolution in which they decided to remain Catholic on their own terms. Their loyalty stems in part of the minority status of Catholics in the Protestant dominated United States for so many decades, as well as the close link of Catholicism with the ethnic cultures and enclaves, Poles, Ukrainians, and Italians, for example. The Catholic Church is more than just a church. It is a link with one's ethnic heritage and has been a place of refuge in an occasionally hostile Protestant society. Such loyalties, limited the disengagement of Catholics from their church, and so many Catholics remain loyal to their church and continue to attend with some frequency, although privately they hold to a non-Catholic ethic on birth control and rationalize that God understands, even if church leaders do not. Rationalize that God understands, even if church leaders do not. God understands, even if leaders do not. Data compiled by the Gallup polling organization certainly reinforces that observation in 1993. Gallup found that, contrary to the directive of encyclical, oh, that is a word, encyclical, 84% of Catholics believe that Catholics should be allowed to practice artificial means of birth control. In a national poll of Catholics by researchers at Purdue University in 1996 that focused on two-thirds who not only define themselves as Catholics but are actually registered as current members of a Catholic parish, found that only 9% of their sample of Catholics believed artificial means of birth control are always strong. In addition, 72% of Catholics agreed that priests should be allowed to marry, up from 53% in the 1970s, and 63% agreed that women should be ordained as priests, up from only 35% in 1970s. And this was a reiteration and reinforcement of very traditional Catholic prohibitions. Okay. Reiteration and reinforcement of very traditional Catholic prohibitions against artificial methods of birth control. Okay. From chapter 14. Okay. You see. I think people should keep their faith to themselves and it shouldn't be bound to money. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think yeah, I personally don't feel comfortable whenever like faith gets brought up to me way too much though. Boy, highlighting everything is everything. That's stuff maybe you gotta focus on. They onto something. I mean, that's stuff from a long time ago, like for like exam 1 and exam 2. Well, mainly for exam 1 though. Like I already did this stuff for exam 1, and then I was also looking up on the things that this guy was highlighting, the guy that last owned this book before I bought this one off of Amazon. And I noticed that the stuff that he highlighted was not of any help at all. So that kind of screwed me over too. I have high hopes for a good next pope, someone who actually makes clear positions. It's just that the least faithful people are the ones who claim they're the most in public. I think that's more of a power thing in general. Once a person has like enough like money, then they just like kind of climb up their ranks and shit. That is a sad reality. I mean, same can kind of be said for presidents too. People with a lot of money, they start up their rallies and stuff, and they get all this like donation money from all these people, and then they're like, okay, we have enough money so that we can like run for presidents. And the poor vote for the rich, and the rich vote for themselves. That is economical, issue that we're having in America right now. I don't know about other places, but I know for a fact that we're having an economical deficit in terms of people that are rich, they stay rich, while people that are poor are going to continue to be poor unless a miracle happens for the people that are poor that are able to like somehow pull off a way to make more money. Yeah. 50% poor people in Germany voted for parties that increase poorness by multiple statistics. Yeah. That's sad to hear. Very unlucky too. Don't know if they actually know what they're voting for though. If they clearly know that they're gonna be like put in a position to where they're gonna be even more poor, then can't really do much about it because everyone else is doing it. Yeah. It's kind of like a system that was put in place a long time ago whenever there was a segregation in America where African Americans and just any like poorly educated person in general as well, even for poor white people, right? If they weren't educated enough, then they can't vote. You have to take I think it was like a 13 questionnaire or like a test before you're able to be like eligible to vote. If you miss a single question on that test regarding voting rights, amendments, and law in general, then you can't vote. You get all of them right, then you can vote. But only the educated people are allowed to. At least we know what we voted for in the U.S. Hidden agenda. I mean, hey, there's also a thing where politics can still kind of be rigged in a sense. Again, I don't really like talking about this. I really don't like talking about this. Fuck, dude. Gross. Ill. Gross. Get me out of this political nonsense. I don't want to talk about this. Most readers will be aware that the Catholic Church has recently faced another serious threat to maintaining the continued commitment of its members in a widely publicized scandal involving PDF by a significant number of its diocesan priests. But the problem is not only the impact of such behavior coming from its respected religious elite, and now, after many years of being exposed and authenticated, often in courts of law, but also the mounting evidence of deliberate cover ups and denials by those high in the religion's hierarchy at the archbishop level. Widely publicized scandal involving PDF by a significant number of its diocesan priests. I mean, the U.S. are a perfect example of how to keep people dumb by making bad educational systems. And you gotta fix it soon. That brain rot in schools. Yeah, forget it now. Yeah. In general, I feel like technology in general is just like making everyone like have this like huge brain rot issue right now. At least for our generation and below. Our parents are like the last strand of hope to actually like to have like a non-brain rot like society. Most widely publicized has been activity in the Archdiocese of Boston. There are after many individuals who have alleged S abuse by the priests and had come forward. Many lawsuits had been filed against judgments. One as also as allegations mounted of culpability at the archbishop level, and glossing over the complaints by parishioners of S abuse by priests that covered a period of many years. Cardinal Bernard Law of the Archdiocese of Boston finally admitted that he had indeed covered up many allegations in the past by transferring priests from one parish to another, perhaps with a bit of counseling and therapy for the priests, though seldom for the abused and their families. The next parish seldom had an inkling of the problem until S abuses began in that parish also. Records of the complaint filed by the lay members go back at least as far as 1967 against a priest who apparently was transferred many times, never removed from the priesthood, and remains a priest to this day, though now in his 70s he no longer has parish responsibilities. Similar allegations of M of children by priests have been made in most all parts of the United States. Oh my god. When a familiar solution practiced by the clerical authorities, namely calming down the local agitation among parishioners by transferring the offending priests to other parishes. All 195 U.S. Dioceses have by now been scrutinized, and at least 325 priests have either been suspended or resigned. The most infamous diocese has become Boston, both because of very local and well-organized groups of Catholic laypersons and Catholic clergy, of all of whom called repeatedly for Cardinal Bernard Law's resignation or removal as Archbishop, and fairly strenuous resistance to stepping down by Cardinal Law. However, after nearly a year of public protests by the lay groups, the National Survivors Network of Those Abused by Priests, SNAP or SNAP, and the local voice of the faithful Cardinal Law did resign his leadership position on the 13th of December 2002. This came after a private consultation with Pope John Paul II, or II, who accepted Law's resignation. It is of at least passing interest that, although Cardinal Law had to resign his position of cardinal in Boston, He was subsequently given responsibility at the level of the Vatican itself and played a prominent public role in the funeral ceremonies for Pope John Paul II in April 2005. Needless to say, this was a disappointment to many families in Boston who had suffered from harm from Cardinal Law's failure to deal forthrightly with the problem priests in the diocese. Problem priests. Okay. Let's see. It's combined. It is of the furthest interest that what was for many years considered by Vatican officials as American sensationalism, a localized American problem, are part of a strategy against the Roman Catholic Church's requirement of celibacy for its priests. What is that? I've heard of that before. What is... I hope that's not a bad word to use. Okay, the state of abstaining from marriage and S relations. Okay. Yeah, forget it now. I think the problem is that we evolve backwards in society now, while evolving faster in technology every few months. Yeah, that's fair. Right now, I think the main problem right now is like, at least for me, I feel like I don't know. Well, I mean, it still feels kind of slow though in terms of like technological advancement. It feels like everything is like kind of being copy pasted, but slightly altered to make it look better. But in reality, not really. Because look, we've been having iPhones and Samsung phones and Android or whatnot, and they all practically look the same. Just extra cameras, extra I don't know field of view for like your screen being bigger. What's the difference? Yeah, that's capitalism. Yeah, I kind of want new stuff now. Market as much as you can. Until people are bored and don't buy anymore. Kind of me with like Call of Duty games right now, or even Battlefield. Just gotta hope that they come out with better titles. Otherwise, if not, then what's the whole point of like buying their games? Or triple title companies are about to like go to shit, bringing out the things that like Battle Pass shit. League of Legends like bringing out I don't know this new system, right? For example, um, with what? The fact that you can't even like get this skin, like a normal what is it, Battle Academia Kiana skin, it has to be prestige only now. So it's like, why? Do they not? Are they that lazy to like make it a regular skin now? Then you can change one small thing and market that for next 3 years. Fortnite and PUBG, they completely changed the market for gaming industry, like completely. Happy for battle royale being a thing, but like I think it just like completely changed like the way game developers like started making shit. Like, oh, battle pass, oh, battle royale. Let me add that in right now, and yep, we're just marketing everything in terms of milking everyone's wallets dry. It's so dumb. That is so fucking dumb. Caleb said he makes a really good representation in one of his videos too. Cyberpunk's mistake brought them so much free publicity. I mean, I guess that is another way to like, market. Like, giving a really huge hype for a game, and then making it look like utter shit, having everyone think it's a shit game, and then like coming back with like really good like bug fixes on purpose, just for it to like bring back players again. Though I don't think that's really a good idea either because there's like a high risk for that too. You just gave me an idea of how to become a world leader. Look at that. Look at that. Make video games great again. I want video games to be great again. I wish they were. But the only video games that are good right now are mainly single player games, man. That's all I can really say. Single player games, like made by like indie developers, are just far better than what today's multiplayer gaming stuff is. You may not think that League is doing that good right now, but in reality, I still kind of don't like how League's like updated map is. It doesn't feel that good. And every time I want to pass somewhere, it feels so different because I'm like so used to like clicking in certain areas of the map where I immediately can path over to. But then with all these like new walls and like how everything is like differently pathed now, I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck is this map now? I'm not used to this. Prefer the whole system right now over the old one. Lee got bad rep after that took out loot boxes. Loot boxes. What did they do with the chest, by the way? I've always been like wondering like why everyone's complaining about the loot boxes. What do they do? Can't get skins from them anymore? I still get hextech chests. Brought it back in blood. What? What do you mean by that? And also, yeah, the gotcha the thing, like, you know, it's personal preference. People that actually want to, like, splurge on that. For example, like, because you already see that I'm a Yone main, right? Like, at least from a long time ago. Like, I did, do a splurge a while back. Somewhere here, right? No, it's not that far back. Yeah, there it is. But now there's literally 10 in the past, or 8, I don't know. And you get so much more blue essence. They tried to make people pay for the chest instead of earning the chest for free. Pay for the chest instead of earning the chest. I mean, wasn't there already a paying feature for the chests? Like, I remember you could, like, buy, like, 1, 5, and, like, what, 25, and then 50? Or is that only for the orbs? I'm pretty sure they had something similar like that for the Hextech chest as well, otherwise the Masterwork chest is what they call them. I tried to make people pay for that. Plus, champ prices are halved. And then got backhanded and crushed by whalers. That fixed it for me completely, to be honest. I got slapped in the face and forced to bring it back, but this time only 10 chests. Only 10 chests? What do you mean? You used to get a chest basically whenever you got an S for some... Yeah, for a champion, yeah. Yeah, that thing I still know. But they removed that at one point. Is that what you guys are saying? 10 chests on the battle pass. Yeah, I've been noticing that I've been getting masterwork chests, or otherwise Hextech chests from the battle pass that are free. More blue essence, but slightly less chests over the old one. No longer earn chests after S rank. Oh. So that's what happened. You don't get chests anymore after S ranks on champions anymore. Wow. Nah, I miss the old mastery symbol. I miss the old ranked icons. It just sucks now. Only pass XP now. People don't grind champs no more. You're gonna see a bunch of one tricks. But why change it when everyone finally got used to it? Yeah. They can't make up their minds, man. If they're gonna do that, then change the ranked icons too. Please. Please, I miss the helmets. The helmets look so fucking badass. Especially with its animations. Yeah, Transformers. Hmm. Okay. What new ones are lazy? The ranked helmets? Yeah. Yeah. It feels like it's trying to give off like that classic League vibe from like what season, I don't know, like the beginning of the season, like season 1 through 6 or some shit, before the helmets actually got introduced. It kind of gives off that vibe a little bit, but modernized. Classic but modernized. I don't know if that's what they were trying to go for. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 20 pages away from like getting this done, so I'm gonna try to see if I can power through this like reading. Oh man, I really don't want to do this. Okay. There's a further interest that what was for many years considered by Vatican officials as American sensationalism, known as American problem. Okay, blah blah blah. I read that. This is a worldwide problem for Roman Catholic Church that is as old as the Church itself. Over centuries, has been mostly submerged under the Church's hierarchy, cover-up strategies, and a fairly cooperative public press. But the cover has been fully removed, and as such, even with the reform and restitution, the scandal and its ignominious, ignominious. What the fuck kind of word? Ignominious. IGNOM. Ignominios. Okay. IGNOMNIOS. MOUS. NIOUS. IGNOMINIOUS. Ignominious. Deserving or causing public disgrace or shame. That has got to be like the worst like insult to actually be taken. If anyone were to say that to you. What an ignominious person you are. Look at you. God, for some reason in my head, can't process Lukowitz. Interesting. Interesting. Probably because it is not a Buddhist. It is not a Buddhist god. Or even kami in general. I can read it now, but I would have never, ever thought of it. Make it a sentence. Hmm. Man, this book is actually getting like torn up by me right now. I remember when this thing was not so torn up, and that already shows me like how little the past like owners of this book like just did not read. Man, that makes me really sad. I keep my manga comic books so like I keep them so clean and neat. I don't want to like break them apart. They're like my treasures. But this book, no. It's almost about to be freaking like snapped in half. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. The only ever like quote unquote book I've ever ripped is probably like magazines, and that's it. Not like hard shell books or hardcover. But the cover has been fully removed, and as such, even with the reform and restitution, the scandal is in its ignominious detail will probably have some long-term effect on Catholic membership, particularly with the context of rational choice theory, as some members choose other religious options. Short-term impact is already evident. By April 2002, Catholic Charities of Massachusetts reported a severe decline in giving to its $40 million annual budget on behalf of 150 social service agencies. The Gannett News Service reported in August 2002 that at least 5 protest groups have sprung up recently in several cities. For example, a Catholic attorney organized Catholics opposed to PDF priests and urged Catholics to withhold contributions to the Archdiocese of Palm Beach. And in Chicago, a Catholic bank executive formed the Catholics for prevention of AS abuse by clergy and similarly urged withholding funds. Also, thank you for the follow. I need to see the notification here. So back in the day, jingle jingle, back in the day before the backrooms was a thing. Okay, pay attention to. Or backrooms. What? What is this? Okay. I'm the only person who breaks the ball for an hour. Nah, nah, man, it's okay. It's okay. No need to worry about it. Again, I'm just here to chill. I just thought, man, like, I want to do gaming stuff, but you know, I'm also like kind of bored. Not really anyone to like, talk to, even though it's a Saturday. So I was like, all right, man, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking study on a stream before I show my gameplay. And plus, I didn't do my 2 streams for the week because I was so goddamn busy, man. Oh, okay. But I want the Darius skin. Ah! Yeah, I mean, hey, man. Those are things that you just gotta learn to, like, self-control yourself. Like Briar! Is it too much control or not enough control? It's up to you. It is of interest that the partial alienation from their church, which is evident among the membership, carried over into voluntary financial contributions in the early 1960s. Protestants and Catholics both contributed about the same amount to their churches, $141 from Catholics and $138 from Protestants. By the mid 1980s, both groups have increased their contributions, but Catholics have fallen behind, far behind Protestants, $320 from Catholics, $580 from Protestants. The proportion of contributions as compared to the income had been 2.2% for both Catholics and Protestants in 1969, but by 1983, Catholics were giving half their former rate, 1.1% of income, whereas Protestants contributed the same percentage as in 1969. It's not that you have to play, by the way. It's because you kind of want the sense of like being around someone, right? Or is it because you just want something for yourself to gain something? If you're getting something in the end, in terms of like, let's say for example, you grinding for a Darius skin, then sure. I mean, that's what you're trying to do, as long as you don't have any other, like, let's say, example, deadlines that are coming up. Always prioritize deadlines first. But I'm not the one that's supposed to control you or anyone else that's watching this video if this ever gets posted on YouTube or on my stream right now. It's up to you. It is up to you. You have a deadline in 3.3 years where I need to pass the JLPT N1 LMAO. Plenty of time to study, man. Plenty of time to study. But if you want to help increase that success rate to get where you want to be, you probably know what the answer is. Free shortage. Okay, what is that word? Okay, there's so many different, like, highly educated words that I cannot say on stream. Many things. I don't manage to bring myself to do grammar, even though it just takes 6 hours to finish N5 grammar. Well, building a schedule and trying to self-pace yourself should not be an issue. Especially the 3.3 years of time. Should be more than enough time to, like, get you somewhere. Well, this is going to be a very hard thing to say, but even if things don't work out with your schedule, you still got to work your way around it somehow.
Because if that is something that is an actual deadline that you are set on committing to, then you need to still find out a way to wrap your head around that and get yourself on the right path so that you don't miss that deadline. Sure. Okay. Which I will once I finish that pass. Sure. Sure. Alright, man. Alright, man. Okay. He's right. Don't bring me a prestige skin to a champ I like. Good luck with that, man. Good luck with that. Can be quite abrupt unless you like look at the news leak for which skins are actually coming out for prestige. They all have prestige skins. Zoe, Kindred, Briar, Yone. Oh wait, no. The one thing that Briar doesn't actually have is a prestige skin. Would be pretty cool, but hopefully they don't give like some shitty skin to her. I mean, it has to be a Noxus skin. Maybe Mbessa. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave a prestige skin to what? Mel? Too early? No, bro. Have you ever seen what Keisante and freaking what is it? Fuck, Senna? Dude, they both got a prestige skin like probably in the same month they got released. True Damage Senna, Prestige Imperium Keisante. They're getting fucking what gatekeep from getting a prestige Mel skin. They had to buy the arcane skin first in order to unlock or obtain the prestige Mel skin. Else, right, wouldn't make profit, right? Public disgrace or shame. Okay, let me just write the definition here. Dude, I was actually checking out what is it, LeBlanc's skins and her new design. I think her default design isn't really that bad from her like old one, but she looks like a freaking witch. Like, don't get me wrong, like okay, she's an antagonist, she's supposed to be like, you know, witch-like, but there's just something that just doesn't feel right, dude. Okay, like for example, like have you seen
uh, her reworked skin for man, which one was it? Prestigious. I think it was Prestigious LeBlanc is what it was called. Prestigious LeBlanc looks like freaking Michael Jackson. I gotta bring this up. Hold on, I gotta bring this up. I gotta bring this up. Is prestigious. Reload. Hold on, I gotta bring this up. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me. Hold on. You cannot tell me that this does not look like Michael Jackson. I have this skin too, dude. I prefer her old prestigious LeBlanc look than this. Like, this looks so much better than this one. I'm not gonna lie. There's a huge difference here. Michael Jackson mewing chin? Or nice round look? Be honest with me, guys, please. I prefer this one. I prefer this one right here. It's just the hair. No, bro, her chin is like fucking like it looks like she's mewing, bro. Giga Chat will block. I feel like LeBlanc in general is just like a really strong champion though. So it wouldn't be wrong for her to be a Giga Chat on the Rift. Then again, she plays like a rat. She goes in and she goes out. She doesn't want to fight. She doesn't want to fight. She has a clone. She has a clone to run away. The skin from the card game. From the card game. What is this? What's it called? Legends of Runeterra? Legends of Runeterra LeBlanc. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't stick with this. Yeah. Oh, the minigame from the client. Okay. No, I... Have you seen... Okay, wait. I personally think that this looks way better. If they kept this look on the Rift, I think that would be really cool. But I'm pretty sure this is like a young version of her. More menacing. I mean, yeah, I guess her like a future update that's coming out is making her look a lot more menacing though, because again, over time Noxus has been growing and she's been the one like, you know, controlling people behind the backs and blah blah blah. The puppeteer in Noxus. Which the new one does look semi-well. Yeah. I think most of her skins now, her rework skins just look really goofy. Right. distribution negative. Should be more expressionless, I think, more cold-blooded. Ambessa should be dead, but maybe Echo's old. Change time and she's just sleeping, not dead anymore. Not sure what you mean by how she's still sleeping. Okay. Exacerbating the loosening of member ties and the commitment to traditional Catholic parishes is what some are calling an alarming decline in the priestly ranks. A substantial study by Richard Schoenherr and Lawrence Young of the shrinking number of diocesan priests found a decline of about 20% between 1966 and 1984, with a like decline predicted for the 20 following years. In other words, by 2005, the number of active diocesan priests was predicted to have decreased by 40% from 35,000 in 1966 to approximately 21,000 in the year 2005. Tim Unsworth notes that some close observers believed the decline would be as much as 50% by 2005. Also, almost 46% of the Roman Catholic clergy will be 55 or older, and only 12% will be younger than 35 by 2005. In addition to normal attrition through deaths and retirements, fewer men are entering the priesthood. In this connection, Andrew Greeley relates the following telling statistics. In 1965, 1,500 priests were ordained in the United States, but in 2000, okay, whoa, what the fuck happened? Okay, but in 2002, only 450. In 1965, there were 49,000 seminarians. In 2004, only 4,700. These are declines of 70 and 90% respectively. This has become a very serious problem for the Roman Catholic Church throughout the world. The priest shortage is worldwide, and numbers of men in training for the priesthood have also declined significantly. In many countries, vast geographic areas and tens of thousands of parishioners are assigned to a single priest who becomes like the Methodist circuit riding ministers on the American frontier, visiting individual congregations but a few times a year. As we mentioned earlier, in South America, for example, this lack of attentiveness to parishioners has left vast territories open to evangelical and Pentecostal Protestant missionary activity, which now provides highly successful competition to traditional Catholic religious dominance. While current priests maintain that the priesthood is a highly satisfied profession and few cite celibacy as a significant source of personal dissatisfaction, with relatively few thinking of resigning, others cite the rigid persistence of this celibate rule as a major contributing reason for the unattractiveness of the priesthood for young and older Catholic men. Perhaps even more significant is the refusal by the Church to ordain women to the priesthood or even to diaconate. Diaconate. Where's diaconate? The office of deacon, or a person's tenure of it. Okay. The office of deacon. Oh, whoops. Or all right, man. Good night, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. And thank you for the follow again. No one knows how significant the celibacy issue is in discouraging men from entering the priesthood today. We do know that a significant number of Catholic women have been on are trained in Catholic theological schools, and many have secondary leadership positions in Catholic churches, as we discussed earlier in Chapter 11. Some kind of compromise on the prohibition of the ordination of women to the priesthood would probably be a quicker and more significant impact on priesthood shortage than removing the requirement in celibacy. But neither action by the Catholic hierarchy is at all likely to occur, at least for decades. Continuity in the traditional social functions of religion. Here we wish to expand a little bit on the observations made by Emil Durkheim. See Chapter 2, that much of the time and in most societies, religion serves as an integrating influence in society. Because we believe that there are several important functions in that religion, will continue to provide for society in the future. Hoshimachi Suisei. Okay, normative reinforcements being first religion serves as a reinforcement function in society to the degree that if it teaches and emphasizes the same norms and values as society at large. Okay, serves as a reinforcement function in society. Degree that it teaches and emphasizes the same norms and values as society at large. This may be at the very general level of teaching such values as human dignity and freedom, equality before every law, for the law, respect for the legitimate authority, and faithfulness to one's role. Or it may be more specific, such as "Thou shalt not kill, steal, or procreate illegitimate children." In a direct sense, religion is here viewed as a socializing agent in a society. Although allowing that religious groups, just as all the other kinds of groups, socialize their members into some of the norms unique into themselves, we're speaking of religion as one among several institutions involved in socializing citizens into the core norms of society. Educational agencies, families, peer groups, mass media, and various voluntary associations are all involved in the process. Religion is but one such agent, but it is one that touches a majority of people with some regularity. At a second level, with respect to the reinforcement idea, we observe that a religion is not only socialized people in the thou shalt and thou shalt not. And okay, so this is going to be the second level. We observe that religions that occasionally pushed those norms, even further. Society has norms against murder, but does not usually try to control what you think about your neighbors. So as long as you do not harm their persons or property or infringe on their rights, a religious system may go further by teaching, for example, who's ever hateth his brother is a murderer. Love your neighbor and bless those who persecute you. If a religion is successful in inculcating norms more stringent than those of the society imposes, and thereby creates a super Christian or super Buddhist or super Hindu, to that degree one may also see as a super citizen. That is to say, society would be even better off if people not only avoid destroying their neighbors, but also actually love them and went out of the way to help them. Here, of course, is discovering that whether and to what degree religion actually produces such superior people. Undoubtedly, there are some, they tend to be called saints, and they may even be societal heroes and models for the behavior. But there is no clear evidence that, on the average, religion produces a great number of such people. Yet we must again observe to the degree that it happens, the society would benefit and would be getting citizens with a level of commitment and dedication that they might not have in the absence of religious influence and training. Integration into the meaningful relationships. A society would be even better off. Avoided destroying their neighbors, but actually loved them. Went out of their way to help them. Okay, an exceptionally important function performed in the religion that bringing individuals into a meaningful relationship with others in a group. Set of bringing important function by religion, bringing individuals into meaningful relationships with others in a group. Religious groups bring immigrants, social isolates, various minorities, and some socially maladjusted persons into a group where they are in contact with others. Not that religion really reaches every such person or is successful in integrating all those with whom it establishes contact, nor is a religion unique in performing this task or function for society. So do labor unions, fraternal lodges, newcomers' clubs, political parties, and innumerable other voluntary associations and groups of all sizes, constituencies, and purposes. However, religious groups in large part, because of their reputation for being concerned about life purposes and adjustment, as well as for raising a person's sight beyond current mundane problems, attract relatively large proportions of persons and need a meaningful interpersonal contact. Society needs such groups to do this. Society needs members who can function well in their roles. People function better when they feel like they have some personal worth and have meaningful, satisfying relationships with other people. To the extent that religious groups provide this service to some people who feel isolated and are not being relieved of their anxieties and problems elsewhere, religion is serving society. I mean, at that point, it's just like a regular group be dealt with any type of group that has a similar interest. It doesn't have to always be about religion. But it is a source of being helpful, though. Well, it is important to note that with increasing immigration from Asia and the Middle East, there are growing numbers of the U.S. residents and citizens who hold commitments to such major world religions as Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Sikhism, and others. Some of these immigrants ultimately convert to Christianity. In the process, they illustrate the integration or integrating function of religion. In fact, Barry Cosman and Seymour Lachman make special note that a major reason for a significant number of conversions is that the religion of the host culture is a major source of social cohesion and integration for immigrant people. While there is a strong tendency for the religion of their origin to be a continuing source of internal cohesion for their subculture and something from the past to hold on to, Western religion can serve as an important point of entry to American culture for these immigrant groups. American churches replaced the public school as an acculturating melting pot for many of these recent immigrants. Yeah. Catalyst and symbol of reaffirming societal values. Another way in which religion contributes to the integration of society is by serving as a focal point or symbol, in a sense, as a catalyst for the society to reaffirm some of its basic values. Serving as a focal point, as a catalyst. Religion contributes to the integration of society. Serving as a focal point, simple as a catalyst. For society to reaffirm some of its basic values. Religion everywhere does thorough festivals. Okay. Think, for example, of what happens in our society in connection with the religious festival called Christmas. Although there is plenty of growling about the gifts yet to buy, overdrawn checking accounts, and crass commercialism conspiring to do us all in, there's something else as well. There is a pervasive spirit in the air of goodwill and joviality. There are increasing gifts to charities, and there is more attention given to those less fortunate than the majority. Not what emerges is particularly endearing, yet periodically through such rites and festivals that reach out beyond the religious group itself, some of the fundamental values of the society are dramatized for people, and they reaffirm them at least intellectually and momentarily. Certainly, not every Scrooge does an about-face, much less one that lasts beyond the festival itself, yet some do, and most citizens are at least temporarily affected. Aid in adjusting to personal crisis. Next subheading. Another integrating function of religion that some feel is actually getting close to the fundamental purpose of essence of religion itself is the help it gives to people facing various crisis situations into their lives. Help people grapple with emotional crisis. Fundamental purpose, or essence of religion itself, is to help people grapple with emotional crisis. Help it gives to people facing various crisis situations in their lives. Death and bereavement, with uncertainties and disappointments of all kinds, religion is performing an important service for society. We introduced the idea of relativizing suffering in crisis in Chapter 2. Religion attempts to relativize human problems by placing them in an eternal perspective, interpreting interpreting events as God's will. All things work for good and to those who love God. And providing answers for irrational events. Whether the answer and the explanations are true is for our purposes and for societies besides the point. What is important is whether people feel better as a result of what religion does for them in periods of crisis and imbalance. The society needs functioning members who will fill their social roles with skill and attention. Society cannot afford to have great numbers of members incapacitated for extended periods of time. To the extent that religion helps with this task, society is greatly aided. Source of social welfare. The next subheading. The final fairly major function performed by religion in society is its service as a welfare institution. Service as welfare institution. Source of social welfare. Religious groups were in the forefront of the 19th century movement for establishing orphanages, schools for the deaf, blind, and mentally retarded, adoption and family service agencies, hospitals, and similar welfare and service institutions. Earl E. Cairns has documented the significant impact of numerous Christian groups on drives for prison reforms, the abolition of slavery, humane treatment for the mentally ill, and improved working conditions for industrial workers in the wake of the Industrial Revolution. Even today, lists of the United Way agencies include organizations that either retain a religious name or were founded by a religious organization. Today, most of these agencies derive the major portion of their monetary support from non-religious sources through fees, voluntary contributions, and solicitations from the general public, and governmental subsidy. But initially, they were religiously motivated and funded and represented a... Wait, what? But initially, they were religiously motivated and funded and represented a direct response of religious groups to human need. Although the majority of funds in social welfare areas today are collected and distributed by the government, much of the original stimulus and effort in these directions was religious. And then there is the dramatic recent example of the continuing function of religious social welfare efforts, as religious communities and organizations stepped up so quickly and in such a significant way in rescue and sustenance for victims of Hurricanes Katrina and Rita in the days of the following. Those Gulf Coast disasters in August, September 2005. Religious organizations responded immediately and abundantly with substantial sums of money, life-saving supplies, services, and shelter when government agencies delayed, stumbled, and got lost in the bureaucratic bungling. Okay, that was the end of March 24th's reading seminar. Let me see here. Today is the 22nd though, right? Yeah, I'm like so far ahead right now. I am so far ahead. Final fairly major function. Performed by religion. Service as a welfare institution. Okay. We have 15 pages left to do, and then the book is finished. Do I want to power through it? Fuck, dude. My favorite coffee shop closes in 2 hours. So what is this? Technically one page here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh shit, I lost count. God damn it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I'll finish the book today, but I'll finish the one chapter tomorrow. Because I've taken... How long now? I mean, I was also, like, talking on the stream, too. I like answering questions and, like, you know, other, like, comments that were being said here. For about maybe fair, say 2-3 hours. Kind of sidetracking a bit here and there, but I mean, it kind of like gives me some like leeway space to like kind of like not stress myself out too much from just like only reading the whole time. If you were only affiliated, then you're making $1 from ads from me alone. Maybe. I don't know. Again, right now I'm not really like too focused on money. At least from like the social media perspective of things. Ah, shit, I gotta power through, Okay. President's faith-based initiatives. President George W. Bush's recently established faith-based initiative program has added both the new dimensions of new questions about the relationship of governmental funding for the community and social welfare programs that are connected to the religious organizations. President George W. Bush faith-based program. Faith-based initiative program. New dimensions, new questions about relationship with the governmental funding and social welfare programs. Connected to religious organizations. The faith-based initiative proposal has been a prominent part of the candidate George W. Bush's campaign agenda. Prior to his election to his first term as president in 2000, therefore, it was no surprise that as soon as 9 days after his inauguration on January 20th, 2001, he announced his faith-based initiative program that had made it clear it was one of the highest priority on his agenda. But the proposal immediately encountered difficulties in Congress and had faced challenges from many other groups as well, and with that the president decided to implement the program by issuing 2 executive orders nearly 2 years later in December 2002. They first established the White House Office of the Faith-Based and Community Initiatives, the second formed centers in 5 cabinet agencies: Justice, Housing and Urban Development, Labor, Education, and Health and Human Services. Parenthetically, we should mention that Amy Black, Douglas Koopman, and David Ryden suggest that this quick introduction of his faith-based initiative was a strategic mistake by President Bush and his advisors. Strategic mistake by President Bush and his advisors. Faith-based initiative. Amy Black, Douglas Koopman, David Ryden suggest faith-based initiative was a strategic mistake. Bush. There was not enough attention to detail in normal legislative process, and it appeared that there was a little serious consideration of potential political challenges and a backlash of all, which created an unsteady launching pad for the proposal. In reviewing and reacting to the faith-based proposals, the concern of members of Congress members and the others was not over federal monies, M-O-N-I-E-S, M-O-N-I-E-S, monies or monies, going to religious organizations which carry out functions and services needed by society. Such cooperation was already long-standing, but the fairly standard pattern of many years standing was to channel governmental funds through fairly large sub-agencies of religious groups specifically set up for welfare work, whose budgets and administration were clearly separated from the parent religious entity. Common examples are Jewish social services, Catholic charities, World Vision, and Lutheran social services, all of which had developed contractual relationships with government and were paid for services rendered. The new faith-based initiative would be more decentralized, be spread among many more individual religious groups, often in relatively small amounts of, I don't know, several $1,000s per grant, and be administered by people who had little or no experience in handling grants, creating annual reports and responding to government audits. But according to Black, Gutman, and Ryden, more fundamental to the proposal and therefore at the heart of its opposition was President Bush's desire to bring into the fold of federally supported religious social service programs three types of providers. First, were highly evangelical providers that would, from deep commitment, urge clients to join with them in particular faith. First, evangelical providers urge clients to join with them particular faith. Second, were the providers that base their services on traditional moral beliefs and behavior. Based services on traditional moral, rather than from base prior development within the professional helping professions. Third, were explicitly religious-based agencies. Explicitly religious-based agencies employ professional social service workers but had been traditionally denied federal assistance because of their close ties to a local church group, despite offering services that would otherwise be regarded as professional and not religiously biased. Employ professional social service workers traditionally denied federal assistance. Close ties to a local church group, regarded as professional and not religiously biased. Early questions from Congress and the general public included, what would happen when the religious group with federal grant goes to the higher... What would happen when the religious group with the federal grant goes to hire people to carry out the program? Can the group give preference to those of their own faith, just as they can when a denomination hires professors to teach at their seminaries? Will it be permissible to use the contact with people who use the services of the religious group's programs as an opportunity to proselytize and spread the faith to such persons? Of course, the answers to such questions must be that with governmental money and backing involved, the religious group must be committed to non-discrimination in hiring and cannot use the contact to attempt to indoctrinate the client through religious counseling, Bible study, prayer sessions, chapel attendance, or any other means of trying to enlighten the client with the theology of the serving group. The fundamental issue here, then, is separation of church and state, which we discussed in Chapter 7, as challenges have been raised concerning faith-based initiatives and the individual cases taken to the court, the U.S. Supreme Court decision 1971, and the Kurtzman versus Lemon case has been brought to bear. Out of that decision has come what is now called the Lemon test of the four parameters in which the religious faith-based group must function. 1. Avoid either direct or indirect proselytizing. 2. Provide services to the clients without regard to their religious affiliation or commitment. 3. Keep the religious group's funds separate from the governmental grant funds, with the latter spent only according to governmentally mandated procedures and subject to audit. And 4. Comply with other applicable laws against discrimination in hiring or service. Although the faith-based communities initiative programs did not develop exactly as President Bush has envisioned, there's a less flexibility than the president hoped there would be for the religious groups to express their full message because of the limitations inherent in the Lemon text. Several $billion have already moved through the program, $1.17 billion in 2003 alone. It should be noted before leaving this topic of religiously based social welfare that there is significant disagreement among the religious groups over what is appropriate practice on their part with respect to the social issue in welfare. Should their emphasis be on spiritual matters or on social concerns? We'll pursue this topic later in this chapter, but now we must consider the concept as secularization. It may well be the changing responsibility for dealing with the social welfare is but one manifestation of a fundamental change in society called secularization. Next subheading, reviewing over the factor of secularization. A concept that has been widely discussed for several decades and must be understood if we are to hope, at one level, to make sense out of contemporary developments in religion, and at a second level, to project the future of religion that is of secularization. Must be understood if we are to hope, at one level, to make sense of contemporary developments in religion. Make sense of contemporary developments. One level, second level. Project the future of religion. As this concept is most commonly understood and used by rank-and-file citizens and some scholars as well, it is assumed that there has been a displacement of religious interpretations of reality and religious orientations toward life by an orientation that seeks explanations for and justifications of human behavior and other phenomena in scientific and rational terms. One has undergone the secularization process if, for example, instead of asserting that marriages are made in heaven and for eternity, one says that marriages are made by human beings in time on the basis of, propinquity, and in response to biological and psychological needs. The results of secularization are that instead of more or less automatically explaining much that happens, death of loved ones, floods, plane crashes, drought, war, peace, as God's will, more and more people are seeking explanations in the laws of physical science and in the social scientific laws of human interaction, or perhaps simply as a result chance of pure accident. In other words, secularization is as much a state of mind as it is a specific measurable development. Andrew Reilly is very much on target when he says that secularization, as discussed in the United States today, means essentially that religion is less important now than it was in the past. Andrew Reilly, once again mentioned, Andrew Reilly. If this is, in fact, what people mean when they refer to the secularization process at work in American society and the decline of the religion in general, and not just in its institutional manifestations, is an empirical question that clamors for sociological investigation and documentation. Much will rest on how religion is defined, whether in terms of its essence or as a particular traditional package of beliefs and principles, such as a Judeo-Christian heritage, or in terms of vitality of its institutional forms, membership, attendance, new construction, and so on. Definition 1, for the next subheading, replacement of religion. This problem of achieving consensus, so far as a definition of religion is concerned, surfaces in many discussions of the issue of secularization, where one person's understanding of religion does not coincide with the understandings of others. One person's understanding of religion does not coincide with the understandings of others. Issue of secularization. Larry Schreiner implies as much when he shows how secularization has been defined in half a dozen ways in the past. Although each of these definitions has its own nuances, two basic connotations of secularization can be distilled from them. First, many see secularization as a process. See secularization as a process of replacement of religious faith by faith in scientific principles. Faith and scientific principles. This concept goes back to the beginnings of the modern Western science, when scientists first dared to set aside religion's view of reality, at least temporarily, in order to consider and evaluate data objectively. Thus, Copernicus and Galileo were secularists, in that they repudiated the belief that a religious doctrine that the earth is the center of the universe. The logical extreme of secularism, in this view, is refusing to grant credence to any assertion about people, the world, or the universe that cannot be empirically verified. While some view with alarm and others with joy such a displacement of religious faith by the scientific method, many on both sides see such secularization as a trend in which people manifest less and less interest in sacred and supernatural phenomena, as religious doctrines and institutions lose prestige and influence, with the possible ultimate result of a religionless society emerging. Possible ultimate result of a religious society emerging. Okay. Note, however, that no simple dichotomy exists of secular scientists hailing the replacement of religious faith, but scientific faith versus religionists decrying such replacement. The popular Protestant theologian, excuse me, the popular Protestant theologian of a generation ago, Harvey Cox, for example, welcomed secularization and saw it as a fulfillment of biblical themes and sources. He defined secularization in terms of emancipation as the liberation of man from religious and metaphysical tutelage, and turning of his attention away from the other worlds and toward this one. Thus, Cox's view may be regarded as a distinct variation on the secularization as replacement theme, one in which fulfillment is emphasized as a form of replacement. So Harvey Cox welcomed secularization and saw it as fulfillment of biblical themes and sources. Define secularization as emancipation, liberation. Of a man from religious and metaphysical tutelage. Turning attention away from worlds and toward this one. This one. As Cox's view may be regarded as distinct variation of secularization. Okay, yeah, we read that. Okay, cool. The second general understanding of secularization is that it is a process of increasing differentiation between the religious and secular spheres of life. It is a process of increasing differentiation between the religious and the secular spheres of life. A process, moreover, coinciding with and perhaps in part of resulting from increasing specialization within society. Increasing specialization within society as it grows and becomes more urbanized and industrialized. Grows and becomes more urbanized and industrialized. Some who hold to the differentiation definition of secularization cite the increasing privatization of faith, the process of compartmentalizing the religious and the secular, of regarding religion as a mystical person phenomenon that one does not share with the others. The haunting question that pervades this discussion of a myriad of other allegations of spreading secularization is whether such signs reflect gains by secular forces and points of view at the expense of religion, or whether religion in its basic sense has remained essentially unaffected. Conceivably, the essence of a religion may be enjoying greater strength and influence today than during the heyday of the church type of religious organization in Europe or the early days of the state churches in the United States. For example, further privatization of religion need not mean that religion is not in evidence in people's actions, attitudes, and decisions. Also, many former public manifestations of religion, which are no longer in evidence, may have been ritualistic, pro forma actions that signified little and influenced people's even less. The point we're making is that before undertaking any analysis of secularization, one must specify one's operational definitions of the variables under discussion, or the conclusion one reaches out about secularization are inevitably influenced by what one regards as the valuable features of religion, and whether these features are perceived as threatened or disappearing, as well as by what one understands religion to be in the first place. That is, does the focus in the concern center on the preservation of the institution as presently constituted, or is one concerned about what might be happening to the essence of religion, apart from its institutional manifestation? All we wish to do at this point is to raise the issue of secularization, not to resolve it. At this point, raise issue of secularization, not resolve it. Okay, 10 more pages. For one thing, the information and the discussion in this chapter will help to flesh out the issue before trying to answer the question. Second, establishing operational definitions of religion and secularization will be more helpful in understanding both the current status and the future of religion in the United States than more premature conclusions about the secularization. Paradoxes in contemporary religion, the next subheading. One reason that definitive conclusions about secularization are so difficult to reach is that contemporary American religion evinces numerous seeming paradoxes. While total church membership has declined somewhat from mid-1960s highs, and many mainline denominations have been experiencing membership losses, some religious groups have been advancing, with firm evidence of growing disenchantment with traditional religious forms among young people, yet a broad-based attempt to capture the real Jesus and authentic Christianity constitute the Jesus movement, a movement primarily of young people, and many young people today hold firmly to traditional beliefs about Jesus and Christian doctrine. In 1966, many Protestant theologians were busy proclaiming that the death of God, yet by 1980, some religious leaders were organizing to make over political parties and processes as they joined the moral majority and other successor groups. And by 2000, evangelical and fundamentalist Christians, through a variety of organizations such as the Christian Coalition, continued to push through political agendas and support pro-life political candidates. A strong movement among Christian men called the Promise Keepers in the mid to late 1990s attracted large crowds to their gatherings in many cities, yet as the year 2000 dawned, their numbers were dwindling sharply and the group's continued viability was in doubt. Finally, there is much emphasis within denominations on employing modern techniques of management, cost accounting, and computer technology, yet one observes only a little progress in eliminating duplication of effort by putting ecumenical ideology into practice. Such paradoxes, or seeming paradoxes, simply highlight the importance of one's decisions regarding which phenomena to consider and reaching conclusions about secularization on the one hand or religionization on the other. We do indeed have to be concerned about what operational definitions and what measures of these concepts we adopt. From this next subheading here. One of the best definitions of secularization, from the differentiation perspective, is Robert Bella's in his account of the historical evolution of religion through 5 stages. Historical evolution of religion through the 5 stages. We mentioned this chapter before. Not on stream. Away from stream. In my own time. Remember this. Sorta. A dominant theme within this evolutionary process, according to Bella, is the process of making increasingly more sophisticated differentiations between sacred and the secular. Process of making increasingly more sophisticated differentiations between the sacred and the secular. This process has culminated in the 5th stage, modern period, in a breakdown of the dualistic distinction between the sacred and the secular, and its replacement by a multidimensional view of life and reality. At this final stage, everything, including religion, is seen as revisable, though not all people see it this way, of course. Removed, or in the process of being removed, are such either or dualistic descriptions of reality as this world, other world, sacred, profane, good, evil, salvation, damnation. Absolutism is replaced with relativity. The search by people for meaning is no longer confined within religious institutions or limited to traditional religious formulations. Such concepts as situation ethics and process theology typify the modern period. Situation ethics, process theology typify the modern period. Certain traditional concepts and approaches from the past, orthodoxy, sin, and moral law, for example, are nevertheless retained by some and apparently will not disappear completely in the near future. This latter observation, of course, only reinforces Bella's point, for a diversity of approaches and expressions and a broad range of views and interpretations are characteristic of religion in the modern period. The historical context now being covered in this next subheading. As we attempt to understand secularization, it is important to look back and become aware of the context out of which the concept grew. That is, what had happened and what was going on that gave rise to the concept known as secularization. What had happened? What was going on? Otherwise, what gave rise to the concept known as secularization? What gave rise? No. Okay, there are four major factors that need to be recognized. There are four major factors that need to be recognized. First, it was the explosive growth of scientific knowledge and technology that continues to expand and conquer the unknown at the breathtaking pace. Explosive growth of scientific knowledge, technology, conquer the unknown at a breathtaking pace. Okay. This is the modernization and the technological development that are both praised and decried in discussions about secularization. Second, following the birth of social science a century and a half ago, came the optimism of its early practitioners. Unabashed optimists that they were, that people could and would create an essentially perfect society. People could and would create an essentially perfect society when at last we understood the leading to an attainable goal of full understanding and rational organization in the future time. Third, there was a widespread belief, particularly among scientists, that religion was a product of ignorance, insufficient knowledge and understanding, and superstition that would become unnecessary in the future. This view of religion, of course, overlooks the important function of religion that centers around dealing with the emotional discomfort and sadness that are universal in human experience, and for which science has no better answers today than it ever did. Fourth, as would be expected, there has been a strong reaction on the part of the religious leaders, which has taken two quite alternative paths. One was a conscious attempt to adapt and incorporate findings of science, both natural and social, into religion. The other was a reaction against much of the new learning and methods, and it became an attempt to hold the line and beat down the new learning that threatened to lure people away from the eternal verities. Lure people away from the eternal verities. Reaction against much of the new learning and methods attempt to hold the line, beat down the new learning system that threatens to lure people away, beat down new learning. At this point, we must hasten to observe that both of these somewhat polar approaches to religious expression remain viable today. Neither approach is nearing extinction, and there have been many nuances for each approach, as well as panoply of alternatives already flourishing in nations around the world. What this all suggests is that not only does religion live on, but it will continue to survive, offering, as it does, a great many choices. This brings us to two contributions to sociological theory that will be helpful in understanding where religion is headed, and will, in a sense, rescue the concept of secularization that some social scientists have, for some time, have been suggesting needs to be abandoned. scientists suggesting needs to be abandoned. One is by now fairly familiar rational choice theory. The other, while not part of the rational choice theory, is compatible with it and elaborates a set of ideas that both advances our understanding of what secularization is and retains it with a useful term in our sociological vocabulary. That being these two different subheadings right here for application of rational choice theory. Focus on changes in religious authority. First, rational choice theory alerts us to an immense religious universe that is open to people who decide. Open to people who decide that religious groups with which they have been affiliated with are no longer serving them well. These run the gamut. For Christians, from linking up with an entirely new world of religion, such as Buddhism or Islam, to joining an existing Christian group of either a more conservative or a more liberal stripe, depending on the nature of the direction of their dissatisfaction, or going the sectarian route to try to recover what these dissatisfied Christians no longer see featured in their group. But the point is, religion is not in the process of self-destructing here. It is simply that religious people who find out that some of their religious needs are not being well addressed either find or help create a group that does provide what they believe they need religiously. Religious people find that some of their religious needs are not being well addressed. Either find or help create a group that does provide what they believe and need religiously. The second set of ideas is by Mark Chaves. Who helps us find a way through the maze that the concept of secularization often seems to be. He makes the point that most of the endless discussion of secularization over the centuries since the Enlightenment has been about religion, when what was really at issue should have been religious authority. That is to say, religion is not disappearing, but there are changes in its authority. But to understand that distinction, we need to look at the three distinct levels or areas in which secularization can occur. Chaves overlays his distinction between religion and religious authority on Carol Dobbelaer's. That's a really interesting last name. Dobbelaere. Dobbelaere. Three dimensions of secularization. To which Chaves then attaches the labels laicization, internal secularization, and religious disinvolvement. Chaves then attaches the labels of laicization, internal secularization, and religious disinvolvement. While the meanings of these terms are not inherently evident, they are easy to distinguish. First, laicization. We quote Chaves as follows. Laicization refers to the process of differentiation whereby political, educational, scientific, and other institutions gain autonomy from the religious institutions of society. The result of this process is that religion becomes just one institutional sphere among others, enjoying no necessary primary status. This kind of secularization is what occurred in Europe in the late Middle Ages, when societal institutions such as politics, education, over which the Roman Catholic Church had ruled, began to operate more independently. Political leaders, such as kings, reserved political decision-making for themselves and their secular, non-clergy advisors and enforcers. Such laicization is now commonplace and seems to us most natural. Nonetheless, it is a manifestation of secularization, though without any necessary conclusion that religion is on the road to extinction. There's simply been more reduction of religious authority as religion now stands in a row of other societal institutions, each with areas of service to the broader society. Just as the political system and the economy continue to perform important societal functions, so religion continues to perform its societal functions. Religious authority has decreased, but the services that religions provide to citizens continue to operate. Kings and political leaders reserve political decision making for themselves. Commonplace. Socialization is now commonplace. Simply been more reduction of religious authority. Okay, let's go on to the second part here. So Chaves continues with a description of internal secularization, which occurs when religious organizations accommodate teachings and practices in varying degrees to the secular world. Degrees to the secular world. A classic example would be the medieval church finally accepting the Copernican view of the heliocentric universe in the face of compelling scientific evidence. Or much more recently, the decision by dozens of Christian denominations to accept women into the ranks of the clergy through ordination. This is but one of the many accommodations to societal change accepted by the religious groups, decisions not accepted by all members, some of whom withdraw and change their religious affiliation, making what they believe to be a rational choice. Because their original group has become secularized, that is, it has changed some of its teachings and practices. The third dimension, otherwise religious disinvolvement, is at the level of the individual religious adherent and occurs when members change their personal religious beliefs to be more in line with what the science shows for them. For example, they might reject the six-day creation story to accept some of the evolutionary theory with respect to the formation of the Mother Earth. Or perhaps they decide that God's people might include not only those who bear the religious identity they happen to hold, but also encompass all the Protestants or the Christians, or even all the believers worldwide who believe in a monotheistic God, also including Muslims, for example. 6 pages left to go. Holy shit. Okay. Summarizing and concluding comments. To summarize, secularization is a concept worth retaining. Secularization, concept worth retaining. As long as we make clear our meaning of the term. After all, changes in the religion have taken place. The concept of secularization recognizes and encompasses such change so long as we speak of religious authority having lost some control. Secularization recognizes and encompasses such change. Religious authority having lost some control, while religion in its multitudinous of forms remains in the hearts and minds of most people. But there is one more set of comments we need to make before we leave the topic of secularization. As mentioned earlier, some social theorists have recently called for the death of the concept of secularization as a descriptive and explanatory factor that influences religion. They have a point if what they oppose is the utilization of secularization theory to presage the demise of religion. But religion is not going to disappear. So if that is all there is, So if that is all there is to secularization theory, the concept should be discarded. However, secularization as presented in the text is used to describe a far less dramatic impact. A far less dramatic impact. Secularization used to describe a far less dramatic impact on religion than outright annihilation. We have suggested that the main effect of secularization has been to encourage civilization, encourage specialization. It is true that many religions have a narrower range of influence than they used to enjoy. Religion does not exert so much influence over the political and economic systems as it once did. True enough. But then most would say that it is not central function anyway, though it may have been powerful in these areas in the past, and though in some societies, the dominant religion still has strong influence, particularly on the political structure. Dominant religion, strong influence on political structure. Of course, everyone is well aware that many religion groups today want to regain religious and political power of an old and work quite single-mindedly to impact politics. In the United States, individuals and groups of conservative religious persuasion are exerting substantial pressure on the political system to overturn the Roe v. Wade abortion decision made by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1973. In Iraq, some Muslim clerics and citizens exhort the faithful to use violence to get rid of their soil of Americans and those Iraqi public servants they believe have been duped by American propaganda. Citizens exhort the faithful. Use violence. Rid their soil of Americans. That is scary. They believe, duped by American propaganda. Another mistake of some secularization theorists in the past, as Rodney Stark and William Bainbridge, Rodney Stark and William Bainbridge have pointed out, is that they equated religion with a particular set of existing religious groups in response to changing social environments, or they did not consider that the reaction of some persons to the secularization tendencies, which they saw and experienced in religion, would be to pursue revival of the old-time religion with others of like mind, and that even the old religion, which in some sectors was experiencing change, would be rejuvenated by others. These true sectarians find marvelous opportunities to return to what they perceive to be their religious roots, and traditional religion survives both in remodeled form that has responded to change in the surrounding culture and in a more or less traditional form that some form of the religious group have either held onto or recaptured. Next heading. The conflict over the purpose of religion. A final feature of contemporary American religion, which adds a dimension to our consideration in the future of religion, is a controversy over its purpose. Is it for the personal benefit of its practitioners? That is, for the sake of their possible ultimate eternal salvation, in addition to their feelings of well-being, comfort, and reinforcement of lifestyle? Or is religion primarily a vehicle of social change as it tries to combat poverty, discrimination, sexism, and other social ills? This debate over religion's function and purposes, pitting social service versus self-service, is certainly not new. It represents a dilemma in American society at least as old as the social gospel movement that emerged in the last half of the 19th century, and the counter-challenge by fundamentalism that followed. Yet the issue has been updated, not that either perspective or emphasis ever disappeared, but have remained viable, in fact have in many instances coexisted within the same denomination, but the original social gospel or social service emphasis became institutionalized in the sense that denominations established specialized commissions, boards, and subsidiary institutions to handle that aspect of their work. It may have been a part of the annual budget of both the local congregation and the national denomination and called benevolences. It supported orphanages, hospitals, schools for the physically or mentally handicapped, and like. or it may have been supported through annual fundraising drives as people's hearts were touched by the emotional appeal that they made a contribution. In any case, once a religious group's social service and welfare concerns became primarily the responsibility of specialized personnel and agencies operating in the group's name, these same concerns were easily relegated to a peripheral dimension of most church members' lives. The controversy over its purpose. I mentioned the consideration of the future religion. Ah, man, okay. Alright, resurgence of social service emphasis is the next heading now. However, with the emergence of civil rights movement in the late 1950s and early 1960s, with the Vietnam War in Southeast Asia, and amid growing publicity and concern over such domestic social issues as poverty, capital punishment, abortion, unclear power, and environmental pollution, individual punishment, abortion, nuclear power, and environmental pollution. Oh, excuse me. Individual church members and ad hoc religious groups began involving themselves in the issues. They urged their religious groups to become similarly involved and, in a real sense, forced an issue that had long lain dormant. Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish clergy have began participating in civil rights marches, sit-ins, and demonstrations. Administrators of denominational social service programs began to urge more substantial support for existing and additional programs. Martin Luther King Jr. challenged church people of all colors to support the struggle of black citizens for freedom and dignity. Seminaries intensified their efforts by offering new courses in social ethics and concerns and by implementing social action fieldwork programs. Denominations began issuing position statements supporting, at least in general terms, the rights of the minority and disprivileged groups. Young seminary graduates assuming the leadership of congregations began preaching a gospel that included more than a personal comfort and salvation. A new breed began to enter the ministry. This is where we continue with crisis of purpose. The next heading. The outcome of all of this was crisis of direction or purpose, so far as organized religion was concerned. That is, organized religion was caught in the middle of the agonizing confrontation of individual versus social concerns, personal comfort and salvation, versus social welfare and help for the disprivileged. The outcome of all of this was a crisis of direction or purpose, so far as organized religion was concerned. That is, organized religion was caught in the middle of the agonizing confrontation of individual versus social concerns. Organized religion was caught in the middle of the agonizing confrontation of individual versus social concerns, personal comfort and salvation versus social welfare, and help for the disprivileged. Help for the disprivileged. Not that those who championed the social concern emphasis always saw these as the polar alternatives. Certainly, most people who emphasize social service in the name of their religion spoke of it as a concomitant of traditional, concomitant. Traditional individual salvation and comfort emphasis, though some at least implicitly urged social service emphasis at the expense of individual ones. It all became an issue when the idea left the seminaries and the resolution, forming conferences and the conventions and began confronting local congregations. Then the allegations and accusations implied by such book titles such as The Suburban Captivity of the Churches and The Comfortable... Pewized Region. Oh wait, no. The suburban captivity of the churches and the comfortable pew became meaningful. The message of these and the similar analysis of organized religion in the 1960s was that churches not only were self-serving, but also probably would not change. The direct implication was that the large numbers of both laypersons and clergy sought to retain the individual emphasis of the church at all costs, perhaps out of the ideological commitment to the idea that salvation is the only true concern of churches, or perhaps because the inertia related to the comfort and security and meaningful interpersonal relationships the church provided by many people. In The Gathering Storm in the Churches, in 1969, Jeffrey Haddon provided the data from various studies to support his contention that a wide gap existed between many laypersons, growing numbers of clergy, and the salvation versus social service issue. Wide gap existed between many laypersons and growing numbers of clergy on the salvation versus social service issue. Salvation versus social issue. Social service issue. Okay. Centering his discussion on the support for the civil rights issue, Adam pointed out that although a great majority of Americans interviewed in one study, 86%, agreed that the best mark of a person's religiousness is the degree of his concern for others. Nearly half, it was 49%, of of the same sample felt that clergy should stick to a religion and not to concern themselves with social, economic, and political questions. Further, nearly 3/4, 72%, admitted that they would be upset if their minister, priest, or rabbi were to participate in a picket line or a demonstration. Only slightly more than a third, 37%, professed being basically sympathetic with northern ministers and students who have gone to the South to work for civil rights. By way of contrast on this last issue, 64% of the clergy interviewed expressed sympathy for such active civil rights civil rights involvement. Such data reflected not only the conflict over the purpose of religion and the proper aims of the church, in which denominations have tended to lean strongly in one direction or the other, but also the conflict between clergy and lay people within a given denomination, particularly those denominations that have tended to emphasize salvation. As a result of the latter conflict, Haddon felt the traditional authority of clergy was gradually eroding as laypeople began to think for themselves when their personal views of the purpose of religion were challenged. Such interdenominational conflicts are not new in themselves because the number of people involved became greater. However, the traditional techniques religious groups had used for handling internal diversity became inadequate. Agencies, special ministries, and monastic orders with a social service emphasis no longer provided enough openings to accommodate the number of clergy and serious laypersons committed in this direction. Thus, the segmentation of radicalism technique, which Philip Hammond and Robert Mitchell suggested, have been widely used by religious groups, could no longer contain the challenge to tradition as it had in the past. While radicals, at one time, could be kicked upstairs into administrative positions or directed into campus or social welfare ministries where contact with rank and file laity in standard congregations was minimal. Such tactics became less effective. It is interesting that falling back on such options assumes the group is not particularly interested in facing direct problems that the challenge is raising. Crisis abated, being the next setting. In general, however, the crisis of the salvation versus social concern has been abated. Crisis of salvation versus social concern has been abated. It sounds like averted. Let me see here, though. Become less intense. Okay. Many of the major objectives of the civil rights movement have been achieved, at least regarding legislation. The Vietnam War has ended. Social problems and solutions that appeared simple have been recognized as complex. Considerable backlash against the social welfare programs has set in, and new issues continue to surface that make the economy of salvation versus social concern not so simple to maintain. Concentrating on a single specialized issue such as women's rights, gay rights, or abortion reform need not place a protagonist at total odds with a congregation that pursues its own comfort, especially if they do not expect much participation or commitment from the congregation. The whole issue of why has been a reduction of such pressures is exceedingly complex. However, and so the following observations are perhaps only a few of the factors that need to be considered. And we'll list it down 5 topics here: social service, financial pressures, and denomination controversy, and laypersons that object, and well-organized counter movement. So, social service-oriented clergy have made up the bulk of those who have left the ministry, and their numbers have been substantial in all base. Apparently, feeling that they could go do their own thing better in a secular setting. Moreover, the departure of such ministers may itself indicate that the salvation emphasis is still dominant. Financial pressures have forced denominations to eliminate some of the administrative positions, which formerly served as sources and encouragement for dissidents. In some denominations, controversy has shifted to a more traditional theological issue. There has been a significant resurgence of traditional conservative theology in many denominations, and for some laypersons who objected most strongly to what they define as, at best, a dilution, and at worst, a perversion of or betrayal of the proper purpose of the church, have left their denominations for more conservative ones that still emphasize salvation and personal goals. 5. A well-organized counter-movement, of which the so-called moral majority was a prominent early example replaced by the Christian coalition today, arose within the ranks of the Christian denominations. Such groups explicitly aim to undo some of the earlier efforts of more liberal, religious social service efforts in the areas of welfare and abortion reform, liberalization of rights for homosexuals and women, and curtailment of the military machine. It appears that first wave of most of the recent salvation versus social action controversy is past. There is some indication that the interest in social concerns has fallen victim to the mood of the nation, as people have become more concerned with such urgent personal goals as keeping a job when others are losing theirs, maintaining financial solvency when cancer-inducing agents are constantly made public. Further, the stridency of many of the victims of the social inequities who have shouted Black Power, gay rights, and women's liberation has tended to discourage some of the more faint-hearted. They did not intend to go to war, but only to help the helpless. It is interesting that the social service church people of liberal stripe and Christian coalition church people of a conservative stripe, though far apart ideologically and theologically, proceed from a similar premise that is religious organizations can be used to apply political and social pressure to help bring out the social change the group desires. It is also worth noting that what has been the most described as a clash of perspectives between liberals and conservatives has been challenged by what might have been called a religious centrist. These are the people in all denominations who have sided with neither the right nor the left wing groups and have remained relatively silent. Um, they are the people that we referred to earlier in this chapter who, despite holding membership in liberal denominations, espouse traditional Orthodox doctrine. So, this is going to be bringing us up to the conclusion heading here. By way of conclusion, we shall introduce the reader to some of the interesting observations made by James Duke and Barry Johnson about what seems to be what seems to happen to religion and its institutional forms as time goes on. These observations will stimulate our thinking about where religion might be going in the future. These voluminous is what it says right here. Data compiled by David Barrett on the religious commitment and affiliation of people in 224 nations throughout the world in the mid 1970s. The context is traditional, popular secularization theory, and most common themes, which Duke and Johnson summarizes as follows 1 through 4, right here. Secularization is linear or progressive in the sense that it moves forward down the road more or less inexorably, in contradiction and opposition to traditional religion. 2. Once underway, secularization is inevitable. 3. The cause of secularization is modernization and, as such, is of recent origin. 4. Secularization is, in the main, a Western phenomenon. Duke and Johnson assert that the data that they analyzed from Barrett's compilation suggests 5 rather different observations or conclusions. And here are the 5 that they have right here for their observations. 1. Religious change can be, and often is cynical, rather than always linear. Cyclical pattern is often repeated as a dominant or established religion begins to lose influence and new religions begin, or already existing minority religions gain adherents and power and challenge the old dominant forms. The challengers grow and become dominant, but they too can be seen ultimately to peak and decline. They are challenged and give way to something new, and the cycle is repeated. 2. What is, of course, of absolutely paramount importance is the fact that religion itself does not disappear or even necessarily lose influence or adherence as this cycle repeats time after time. What changes is simply the form and structure it takes, as it addresses the same needs for comfort, belonging, explanation for the mysterious, and authentication of the significance and importance of the mysterious, and authentication of the significance and importance of the individual that religion addresses everywhere in every age. 3. Religious reformations occur fairly frequently. That is, the cycle gets repeated as a dominant religion is displaced by an alternative. 4. Such religious change is observed everywhere and in records, both ancient and modern. 5. Such religious changes are expectedly joined and influenced by changes in other features of the culture. Last 2 pages. Although change in religion is universal, and although particular religions can wane to the point of losing their leadership position in a given society never to regain its former level of influence, the phenomenon of religion is one form or another does not disappear. While it may be in a new form with changes of emphasis and message that might be quite radically different, it is still what religion always is, namely an expression of people's ultimate concerns and their basic needs for reassurance about their future, both eternal and in the here and now. The expression of people's ultimate concerns and their basic needs. Ultimate concerns. People's ultimate concerns and their basic needs. For reassurance about their future, both eternal and in the here and now. Ubiquity of the religious factor is the next heading. It is of far more than casual significance that almost all major events in recent world history have a major religious connection or ingredient. Jose Casanova notes that, whereas religion had appeared to be primarily a private matter for individual attention, suddenly in the 1980s religion thrust itself dramatically and forcefully into the public arena. He cites 4 occasions when this happened. He says that 4 seemingly unrelated yet almost simultaneously unfolding developments gave religion a kind of global publicity which forced a reassessment of its place and role in the modern world. He identifies these as the Islamic Revolution in Iran, centering around the Ayatollah Khomeini, the rise of the Solidarity movement in Poland, the involvement of Catholicism in the Sandinista revolution, and other political conflicts in Latin America, and the return of Protestant fundamentalism to political scene in America. Sorry if I, what is it, mispronounced Sandinista from, what is it, Poland's political conflict here. Excuse me, not political conflict, solidarity movement. If we come even closer to the present and focus on the impingement of religion into the public sphere of American life, we'll note that a great of many of the events and issues that have absorbed public attention and or shocked public consciousness recently are incidents and events that had strong religious overtones and connections. We believe, or we think, of the ethnic religious war in Bosnia, to which we sent 20,000 American troops in 1995, the NATO air attack in Bosnia in 1999 to stop the genocide of Slobodan Milosevic's soldiers and followers against the Muslim citizens of Kosovo, the bombing of the World Trade Center by Muslim extremists, the Million Man March in Washington, D.C., the killing of Roman Catholic citizens in the East Timor by Indonesian troops, the Branch Davidian tragedy in Waco, the mass suicides in San Diego of 39 members of the Heaven's Gate cult, and the murder of abortion clinic personnel by individual Christian extremists, the 9/11 airplane missiles crashing into the World Trade Center towers, the Pentagon and the Pennsylvania field, and the rise of Islamism and its blending of Islamic religious principles and concepts with political and national objectives and strategies, Osama bin Laden, style of terrorism, and the name of one's God, for example. We make reference to these events to dramatize the highly visible presence and significance of religion in societies today, as well to emphasize that this presence is worldwide. We believe also that the distribution of these events gives evidence of the importance of religion to people worldwide and suggests that religion is and will be important to people in the future. People continue to ponder not only who and what they are, but from whence they came and where they are going. Is there any meaning and purpose in the world around them? And above all, is there any meaning and purpose for them as tiny individual specks in the universe? Religion attempts to deal with such questions. As such, religion has a future. In fact, it has a future to the extent that humanity has a future, because religion is an expression of the confrontation of people. Religion is the expression of the extent that humanity has a future. I know, religion is the expression of the confrontation of people with their environment. Both physical and social, and with each other. It is a reflection of both. It is a reflection both of the precariousness of human existence and of the imperfections with which people relate to with other people. As such, religion in some form, or rather in a variety of forms, not only is a part of society, but will remain so. And that is it. No more from that book. If anything, my mouth is so goddamn tired. My mouth is so goddamn tired from like reading all that scripture from that book. It's not meant to be a scripture, but it felt like one. Oh my god. Having to talk for how long now? 6 hours. 6 hours of my time of talking. Alright. Honestly, I might just like cut the stream off because I'm tired already and I don't feel like talking for a bit. I'll maybe like later tonight maybe. In any case, stream is off now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you're watching this as a video, or if you ever did tune in for today's stream.